Welcome to Diamond Field on the campus of St. Anne Pacelli High School for was not just the season opener for Pacelli, but the first baseball game of the year in the Columbus area. Dave Plata here bringing you all the action as the Pacelli Vikings getting set to take on the Lakeside Chiefs here at Diamond Field. Pacelli coming in after posting a record of 14-18 last season. Lakeside was the defending AISA Single-A state champions. They were 53-6 last year, their second straight state title, coached by Tony Rasmus. And they're announcing the starting lineups. Now, let's do the same. Let's give you the starting lineups for Lakeside, the visitors. Leading things off will be shortstop J.B. Upton. Trent Hayes, the third baseman, will bat second. Tyler Mark Bullock at first base bats third, with Noah Miller, the second baseman, at batting cleanup. Boston Brown, the pitcher, will bat fifth. Luke McGowan, the DH, bats sixth. Trevor Harrison, center, batting seventh. Jackson Langham in right, batting eighth. Braden Vachon in left, batting ninth. Jake Folds will be DH for as a catcher. Let's take a pause for the national anthem. All right, let's get things going here at Diamond Field. Let's take a look at the defensive setup for Pacelli. In left field will be Alex Aponte. Nolan Vaughn in center. Aiden Dixon will start in right. The infield, third to first, Billy Smith, Jacob Velos, Cam Carino, and Dustin Sherman. Levi Thompson behind the plate. Nathan Boatner will get the start. The senior last season, 7 appearances. He was 0-1, but a stellar earned run average of 1.69. He had a save last year. 20 and two-thirds innings, gave up 21 hits, 11 runs, but only 5 of them were earned. Struck out 15 and walked 8. Boatner, one of the 3 seniors on this ball club, getting the start. And so Boatner will have the honors of starting on the hill for Pacelli. Pacelli with a core of players coming back, including guys up the middle. Levi Thompson, a catcher, Jacob Velos, Carino around second, and Nolan Vaughn in center field. A solid bunch coming back. As for Lakeside, as we mentioned, they're a 2-time defending state champion at AISA Single A, coached by Tony Rasmus, his 3rd season at Lakeside. The year before Tony came aboard, and you may remember Tony from coaching at Russell County. The first season before he came back, they had won just 2 games. Rasmus turned the thing around. They won a state championship 2 years ago, and the last year repeated. As for the Pacelli Vikings, brand new head coach Matt Ward taking over the reins, trying to get things going here for the Vikings as we get set for the first pitch of the 2026 high school baseball season. Leading things off for Lakeside will be the shortstop J.B. Upton. Upton, a junior, transferred into Lakeside this season, and we're getting ready to go. The plate umpire is Brandon Wood and Preston Davis upping at first, Jason Yawn at second, and Jonathan Williams at third. All right, here we go. Get ready for that first pitch. Nathan Boatner gets the sign, and here's the delivery. Taking strike one. Left-hander getting in front to get things going. A beautiful day here, 69 degrees, a light wind south-southwest, a little bit coming in, just a little bit at 7 miles an hour. Next pitch swinging, sent to the gap in left field, and one hops the fence. Upton pulls into second with the double. And so Lakeside is in business here in the top of the first inning. That'll bring up Trent Hayes, the junior third baseman for Lakeside. Last season, Hayes hit .437. He led the team with 24 doubles, drove in 48 runs, had a couple of home runs as well. For Lakeside, Tony Rasmus is coaching at third, Ed Giles coaching at first. So Boatner pitching out of the stretch after giving up that lead-off double. Hayes stepping up plate. Levi Thompson gives the sign. Boatner stretch and a delivery. A little bit low, ball one. Boatner, left-hander. Good breaking stuff. Moving it in and out, up and down. Changing planes, changing speeds. Looks in, gets the sign. Here's the 1-0. Up high, ball two. Boatner looking in. Comes set. And the 2-0 pitch. Popped up. Right behind home plate. Levi Thompson gets rid of the mask. Nope, nothing doing. Bounces into the seats on the first base side. So that makes it count 2-1. The Vikings last season, I mentioned, went 14-18. An early exit from the playoffs. But a good solid core from last season coming back. As I mentioned, Cam Carino, Jacob Delos, Billy Smith at third, Dustin Sherman at first. Boatner gets the sign. Into the stretch. And the 2-1 delivery. Breaking pitch. Up. Catches the corner. All right. Strike. 2-2. Boatner evening things up. Not a bad crowd here for this opener. Boatner reels, throws to second. Cam Carino puts the tag on him, but Upton back easily. Upton had been taking a rather big lead. Vikings letting him know that they know he's there. Here's the 2-2. Chopper back up the middle. Boatner has no play but to first, over to Sherman for the out. But that allows Upton to advance to third base. But that's the first out of the inning.
Now batting for the Chiefs, number 24.
And that brings up Tyler Mark Bullock, the first baseman. The senior last season hit .443. He led the team with 4 homers and 64 runs batted in. Also scored more runs than any other Chief, 62 on the season. Boatner trying to get out of this early jam. Man on first with just 1 out. His first pitch to Bullock. Swinging, sent to center field, ripped pretty good. Nolan Vaughn at the fence, makes the catch. Upton scores easily on the sacrifice fly. But there are 2 outs now. Lakeside taking the early 1-0 lead. But nobody on base. The leadoff double turns into a run. Noah Miller stepping up to the plate for the Chiefs, the senior second baseman. Boatner gets the sign, goes into the wind. Here's the pitch. Almost went after, strike. Slow curve. Miller almost bit on it. Dropped it in for the first strike. Boatner ahead of the batter and ahead of the count, 0-1. Next delivery, a little bit outside, 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swinging, center field, Nolan Vaughn camping under it, brings it in, and that is the inning. In the inning, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. At the end of 1/2 inning, Lakeside 1, Pacelli coming to bat. You're watching Vikings baseball on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Vision's morning show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Visions Morning Show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Visions Morning Show, and download the Sports Visions radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
We're back at Diamond Field for the Beck Center Game of the Week at Pacelli on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live, presented by Glenn Smith Chevy GMC, Coca-Cola, and Jack Houston Memorial Hospital Houston Clinic. All right, let's take a look at the Pacelli Vikings lineup coming to the plate in this bottom of the first inning. Leading things off will be shortstop Jacob Velos. Batting second baseman Cam Carino. Levi Thompson, the catcher, will hit third, with center fielder Nolan Vaughn batting cleanup. Dustin Sherman, the senior first baseman, bats fifth, with left fielder Alex Apati batting sixth. Billy Smith's at third. He'll bat seventh. Carter Dixon, DHing, will bat eighth. Aiden Dixon, the right fielder, bats ninth. And, of course, let's take a look at the defensive setup for Lakeside. Braden Vachon is in left field with Trevor Harris in center. Jackson Langham is in right. The infield, Trent Hayes at third. J.B. Upton at short. Noah Miller is at second, and Tyler Mark Bullock playing first base. Jake Folds behind the plate, and Boston Brown getting the start. Brown, the junior, one of the best pitchers in the state of Alabama. Last season, he went 10-3. His ERA was a microscopic 0.71. He had a couple of saves, and he struck out 136 hitters in 78 in the third innings. He's already verbally committed to Auburn. He's a tough pitcher, and they know it. These guys have played against him several times. They know what they're dealing with. They're dealing with a guy who can bring some heat and has great breaking stuff.
Shortstop,
Jacob Velos will lead things off for Pacelli, the Vikings. Velos led the team in hitting last season, hit .351, hit a home run and 19 runs batted in. Velos getting set to take the first pitch of the season from Boston Brown. Fastball a little bit outside, ball one. Hey, the first inning sponsored by Carol Purdue, your local State Farm agents who supported Georgia Alabama Sports Live from the beginning. Give her a call today. She's the biggest State Farm agent in East Alabama, but has bus customers both sides of the river. Next pitch, ball two. Velos ahead in the count, 2-0. Brown winds, the 2-0. Breaking pitch up high, ball three. So Velos, 3-0 count. And the pitch. Up high, ball four. So on his birthday, Jacob Velos leading the game off with a walk. The Vikings are in business. And that brings up Cam Carino, the junior second baseman. Carino, one of the top players on the Vikings. Last season at .309, drove in 11 runs, scored 28 runs, led the team with 17 stolen bases. One of the key players they're counting on for 2026. Velos, a healthy leadoff first. Brown's first pitch to Carino. Fastball up high, ball one. Had some steam on that one, but it was up around the chin. 1-0 count on Cam Carino. Brown comes set. Breaking pitch. That catches the corner, strike one. 1-1 count now on Cam Carino. Matt Ward coaching third for the Vikings. Jonathan Lawrence in the coach's box over at first base. Here's the 1-1. Carino swinging, pops it up. Shallow center, shallow right field. And the ball bounces off the glove of Jackson Langham for an error. Velos advancing to second. He had the hold up. There wasn't much chance of him going anywhere else. He caromed off of Langham's glove, but it didn't roll very far. But the Vikings, with runners at first and second with nobody out here, got something cooking here in the first inning. And coming to the plate, Levi Thompson, the junior catcher. Thompson last season at .221, 11 runs batted in, scored 14 runs. Stepping into the starting catcher's role this season after splitting time with Braden Hudson. Brown comes set. First pitch. Thompson shows bunt, pulls back. It's a ball, ball one. Thompson had 7 sacrifice bunts last season. Time for the team lead. He can handle the bat, no question about it. Looking at Matt Ward for a sign. Steps in. Brown getting his signal. He comes set. Here's the 1-0. Thompson again showing bunt. Hacks at it, can't quite reach that. It's a strike. 1-1 count now. Vikings. With Jacob Velos on second base, Cam Carino in first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. Seeing what they can do about matching and maybe topping Lakeside's 1 run in the top of the first. Here's the 1-1. Thompson bunting. Scooped up by Brown. He's got no place to go but first. He gets Thompson by a step, but the sacrifice bunt puts 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 out. Setting things up for center fielder Nolan Vaughn.
Center fielder Nolan Vaughn.
Vaughn trotting down to talk to head coach Matt Ward. A perfect opportunity for the Vikings here. Maybe put a crooked number up here in the bottom of the first inning. Vaughn hit 178 last season, but he led the team with 3 sacrifice flies. Brown out of the wind now. And time is called. Vaughn figured he took a little bit too much time. Plate umpire Brandon Wooden said, yep, time. All right, everybody digging back in, back at it. Here's the first pitch to Vaughn. Breaking pitch, strike 1. Beautiful breaking ball in the outside corner.
Yeah, Boston Brown's got some wicked stuff. Saw him in the championship game last year in Montgomery.
Fouled off, 0-2 count. Yeah, Richard Holdridge joining us here as producer and helping things out a little bit. Yeah, Richard, you've seen Brown. You know how good he is.
Oh, yeah. He's one of those D1 players. Coach Rasmus, he recruited him. He is just lights out.
Absolutely. Seen him, and he's impressive. All right, here's the 0-2. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Vaughn tried to hold up, could not for out number 2.
That's a big strikeout because it leaves Pacelli runners in scoring position. And if Lakeside could just focus on getting this out, they can get out of this inning without surrendering any runs.
But Dustin Sherman has something to say about that. The senior first baseman last season hit .298. First pitch to Sherman. Up high, taken for ball 1. Sherman, of course, got off to a late start last season. He suffered a football injury. It cost him his entire junior year as quarterback. And then got off to a late start in his junior year for baseball as well, but came on strong late in the season. Here's the 1-0. Swing and miss, strike 1. Pacelli tried to take advantage of this. You have to take advantage of as many opportunities as you can with a pitcher like Brown on there. Every run is precious. The pitch. Swing. Did he go? He did. So 1-2 count now on Dustin Sherman. Alex Aponte on deck, hoping he's going to get a shot at this. Brown gets the sign, goes into the wind. The pitch. Strike 3 looking, and that is the inning. In the inning, the Vikings with no runs on no hits. There was 1 error and 2 runners left on base. So at the end of 1 inning, Lakeside 1, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
For your surprisingly great rates, Contact your local State Farm agent today.
If you want the real deal, call State Farm agent Carol Purdue in Phoenix City today.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And we're back at Diamond Field as Pacelli takes on Lakeside in the very first game of the season opener for both ball clubs. Hey, special thanks to Glenn Smith for being an original presenting sponsor from day one. Their unmatched support and commitment to our communities fueled their mission to bring you the very best in local sports coverage. We're proud to partner with them again as we kick off year 4 together. Leading things off for Lakeside is Boston Brown, the pitcher. Nathan Boatner's first delivery. Taken for ball 1. Brown, a great pitcher and a great hitter. Last season, he had .323 with 1 home run and 53 runs batted in. Led the team with two triples. The pitch, Brown, foul ball off his foot. 4 strike 1. 1-1 count on Boston Brown. Boatner did a pretty good job in the first inning. After surrendering the double on the second pitch of the game, he settled down, got a comebacker, a sac fly, and a fly out. So minimal damage caused in that top of the first. Here's Boatner's 1-1. Ground ball sliced up the middle, through Boatner's legs for a single. So Brown leading off with the hit, and the Chiefs are in business here in the top of the second inning. Luke McGowan coming to the plate. He is the designated hitter. Got McGowan, a junior who hit .343 last season with 40 runs batted in. McGowan. Oh, we got a pinch runner here. We got a courtesy runner going on in. Looks like it's Harleen Fuller, the freshman. Boatner comes set over to first. Courtesy tag coming from Dustin Sherman. As I mentioned, McGowan had .343 last season. Dangerous hitter. Boatner's first pitch to McGowan. Runner goes. McGowan lines it to left field. Caught by Alex Aponte. And Fuller has to scamper back to first base. Out number 1 here in the top of the second inning. That brings up Trevor Harris, the center fielder. Harris, a junior. Boatner's done well pitching out of jams in the past. He certainly did it a bunch of times last season. He had a 1.69 ERA for a reason. First pitch to Harris. Strike 1. Getting ahead of the hitters is one way to do it, too. Boatner doesn't have overpowering speed, but he's got good breaking stuff, and he's adept at moving in, out, up, down. Lefty comes set. The 0-1. Line to center field, and it falls in front of Nolan Vaughn for a single. Texas leaguer to center. So we got runners on first and second with 1 out, and that brings up Jackson Langham. Langham, a senior. His opportunity. Boatner having a pitch out of another jam. First and second, 1 out here. And the first pitch to Langham. Breaking ball just a little bit inside. Tried to catch the inside corner, didn't quite make it. Ball 1. Big lead being taken off of second by Fuller. The pitch fouled off. Looks like it was heading toward the church behind home plate. 4 strike 1. 1-1 count now on Jackson Langham.
Dave, we got our first lefty in the lineup.
Yep. And it's a lefty-on-lefty matchup here.
Love this matchup.
Boatner gets a sign from Levi Thompson. And the 1-1. Check swing. And it fouled it off toward the Pacelli dugout. A weak tap. And that makes it count 1-2. Boatner ahead. It's been staying ahead of the hitters. That's the one thing he's good at. He stays ahead of the hitters. Stays out a lot of trouble that way. So here we go. 1-2 count. This is a key pitch here. Checking runner at second. Steps off. Fuller scampering back. Jacob Vilos was kind of hanging around behind him, trying to make sure Fuller doesn't get too much of a lead. There we go. Reset. Let's get at it. The 1-2. Taken outside in the dirt. Fuller goes. Throw down to third. And Fuller safe. Billy Smith applies the tag just a little bit late. So runners on second and third is both runners advance. Second and third, 1 out, count 2-2. Number 8 hitter Jackson Langham trying to see if he can post something on the board here. Boatner now coming out of the wind. The pitch. Almost close. Levi Thompson thought he had it. Plate umpire Brandon Wooden said nope. A little bit outside. So here we go. Full count now.
Yeah, good patience by Langham just to run the count full.
He's doing what he's got to do. Boatner trying to keep things under wraps here. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Strike 3. Or no, ball 4. Ball 4. It is a walk. And now the bases are loaded with 1 out. Bringing up left fielder Braden Vachon. Vachon, a senior, hit .396 last season with 33 runs batted in. Another left-handed hitter. This is a big jam for Boatner to get out of now. First delivery to Vachon. Vachon swinging, grounded to first. Sherman steps on first. There's no other place to go. A run comes home, but they get the second out of the inning. And now it is 2-0 Lakeside. Let's have our runners on second and third, and leadoff man J.B. Upton, top of the order, coming up to the plate. Upton, second pitch of the game, drove a double to left field, 1 hop the wall. He later went on to score on a sacrifice fly. Boatner's given up 2 runs now. Trying to get out without any more damage. First pitch, Upton takes it. Inside, ball 1. Gets a sign. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 2. Boatner only thrown 25 pitches in this ball game. Gets the sign, the wine, pitch, ball 3.
You know, Dave, with first base being open, it's not a bad idea to put the leadoff hitter on first.
Yeah, but the problem is Trent Hayes at 437.
Yeah,
There's no weak bats in the lineup, but they're being cautious. Pitch, catches the corner, nice break, nice ball, had a little bit of tail on it. Caught the outside for strike 1. 3-1 count now on J.B. Upton. Boatner rocks the pitch. Upton sending it to left field. Will it stay fair? No. It curves foul. Luckily for Pacelli, because that was on the other side. That was gone, but had too much hook on it. He ripped it pretty good. There wasn't anything Alex Zapani was going to be able to do with that one, but watch it. But he watched it go foul.
Probably over the Pacelli end zone. That's how far it went.
Yeah, it was a rip. All right, so it's full count now. Boatner looking in for the sign. Here's the payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. Boatner being cautious. That's his second walk of the ball game. And that brings up Trent Hayes. Levi Thompson trotting out to the mound to talk to Boatner to kind of make sure they're all on the same page, get things ready. So Lakeside with a 2-0 lead right now. They have runners. The bases are juiced. Trevor Harris is on third. Jackson Langham on second. J.B. Upton on first. Hayes stepping up to the plate. He had a comebacker in the first inning. It did advance Upton to third base, but it was the first out of the ball game. Boatner looking to see if we can do it again. First pitch sent to left field. Alex Aponte underneath, making a catch about 3 steps in front of the wall, and that is the inning. In the inning, 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and 3 runners left on base. At the end of 1 1/2 innings, Lakeside 2, Pacelli nothing. You're watching Pacelli Baseball on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zaxby's for their continued partnership with us for over the last couple of years.
For your surprisingly great rates, contact your local State Farm agent today.
If you want the real deal, call State Farm agent Carol Purdue in Phoenix City today.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
All right, back at Diamond Field here, bottom of the second inning. Pacelli hosting Lakeside in the season opener for both ball clubs. Lakeside out to an early 2-0 lead on the Vikings. Vikings bring up the 6, 7, and 8 hitters here in the second. Alex Aponte, Billy Smith, and Carter Dixon scheduled to bat. Meanwhile, Boston Brown has done a pretty good job on the mound. Gotten a little bit of trouble. The walk and an error set him up with put 2 Viking runners on base with nobody out. But a sacrifice bunt and a pair of strikeouts got him out of the first without any damage. The Vikings trying to see what they can do about putting a dent in Brown, of course, who is an Auburn. He committed to Auburn, the junior. As I mentioned, one of the better pitchers in the state of Alabama. Alex Aponte coming to the plate.
For your Pacelli Vikings, left fielder.
Sophomore left fielder.
Alex
Aponte saw limited action last season, hit 176, but he had 4 runs batted in, scored 5 runs. As he gets set to look at his first pitch from Boston Brown here in the bottom of the second. Fastball up a little high, ball 1. Here comes the 1-0. That one catches the strike zone, 1-1. Another fastball. Here's the 1-1. Aponte swinging, lining it to right field. Jackson Langham making the play this time for out number 1. So, 1 out here in the bottom of the second, and that brings up Billy Smith. Smith, the third baseman.
Now batting, number 2. Your third baseman, Billy
Smith saw a little bit of action in the field, mostly pitcher last season, where he went 3-2. First pitch to Smith, catches corner, strike 1. Billy, one of the seniors on this roster, along with Nathan Boatner and Dustin Sherman. Here's Brown's 0-1. Curveball, he swings, strike 2. Ball was in the dirt, he chased it a little bit. So 0-2 count. Smith now have to protect the plate. Try to get something going here in the second. The delivery. Up a little bit high. He could not get Smith to chase that one. Count now 1-2. Smith ground ball to third. Trent Hayes over to first, and he get him about 3 steps. So on the 5-3 put out, it is now 2 outs here into the bottom of the inning. Carter Dixon coming to the plate.
Number 18, Carter Dixon.
The junior, the designated hitter today. And it's 5 o'clock. The bell's over at St. Anne's Catholic Church ringing. First pitch from Brown. Up. Catches the top of the strike zone. Strike one. Brown seems to have found his command here. 0-1. Takes strike two. Breaking ball. So it's an 0-2 count. Brown winds. And the 0-2. Dixon swinging. Flares it out into left field for a base hit. Maybe double, maybe more than one, but no. Chased down. Braden Vachon did a nice job out there in left field, holding Carter Dixon to a single. But Dixon coming up with a 2-out hit to keep the inning alive.
Number 11,
Good piece of hitting there by the junior.
Dixon.
It was an off-speed pitch, and he made the most of it, flaring out to left field. And that brings up Aiden Dixon, the right fielder. Dixon, a sophomore. First pitch, showing bunt. He bunts. Fouled into the screen for strike one. So the Vikings try to see what they can do about a little bit of 2-out thunder here. Dixon single left field. Maybe they can get something going here. Number 9 hitter in the lineup. Top of the order coming up. If he can get on and keep it alive, Vikings got a good shot at getting something going. Pitch outside, taken for ball. 1-1 count on Aiden Dixon. You know, Carter Dixon taking a medium lead off first. The pitch. Aiden Dixon swinging, fouled off. 4 strike 2. 1-2 count now.
Great job by Boston Brown getting ahead of the count to the batter, and it looks like he's been in command here in this second inning after having a rough first.
He has. Here's your 1-2 in the dirt. 2-2 count. Aiden Dixon managed to hold off on that one. Taking velos. Looking on, hoping he gets his shot here. The deuce is wild here. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. 2-2 count. Fouled into the dirt. Dixon stays alive here. He's being patient. But yeah, Brown had a little bit of control issues early on, but he seems to have settled that down.
I think it's just first game jitters.
It could be that too. Jake Folds takes a sign from Jake Folds. There's a pitch. Inside, ball 3. Full count now. Full count now on Aiden Dixon.
Yeah, if Dixon can get on, the oh-so-dangerous Jacob Velos has a chance.
Here's your 3-2. Dixon, ground ball up the middle to shortstop. Shortstop J.B. Upton, man, getting the force at second, and that is the inning. So in the inning, no runs but 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. At the end of 2 innings, Lakeside 2, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And we're back at Diamond Field in the Beck Center Game of the Week, the season opener for Pacelli and the Lakeside. Lakeside with that early 2-0 lead. Dathan Boatner's pitched out of jams. Done a good job. Gotten into jams, but then pitching out of it. Only surrendering 1 run in each of the innings. Boatner's been pretty efficient, too. He's only thrown 31 pitches through 2 innings. He's given up 3 hits, but he's left 3 runners on base. So leading things off for Lakeside, the number 3 hitter, Tyler Mark Bullock. Bullock hit a sacrifice fly to center field to bring in the first run. Chased J.B. Upton home with that first tally to get Lakeside on the board. Bullock, a senior, one of the team leaders. First pitch, taken for a strike. Nicely done by Boatner. Off speed out on the outside corner low. Gets a sign from Levi Thompson. Here's Boatner's 0-1. Breaking pitch just a little bit inside. Nice one, but not quite there. Count now 1-1 and Tyler Mark Bullock. Beautiful day out here at Diamond Field. If you got a chance, come on out and see some pretty good baseball. Here we go. 1-1. Swinging right field. It's going to go foul and a little bit too far. Aiden Dixon on the chase. It was out of his reach. He really did have a shot at that one. Good hustle out there, though. So count now 1-2 on Tyler Mark Bullock. Oh, this breeze is good. I got to tell you, it is perfect weather here. It was so, remember it's been so cold?
Oh, yeah.
This is so perfect.
It's perfect baseball weather.
You got that right. Here's Boatner's 1-2. Reaches out. Bullock managed to get a little bit piece of that. Stays alive. Boatner still looking pretty good here. 1-2 count. So here we go. Grounded up the middle, base hit. Tyler Mark Bullock waited on that one and drove it straight up the middle for the single. And so for the 3rd straight inning, Lakeside, their leadoff man, gets on base. The Chiefs threatening once again. Noah Miller coming to the plate. He's a senior second baseman. Miller flew out to center field to end the 1st inning. Nathan Boatner back in the stretch. Miller sending it to center field. Vaughn underneath, making the catch for out number 1. Bullock trotting back. And so, 1 out here in the top of the 3rd inning. And that brings up Boston Brown, the pitcher. Brown led off the top of the 2nd inning with a single up the middle, and he went on to, or he did not, his designated runner came in to score the 2nd run of this ball game. Here's Boatner's first pitch to Brown. Taken, strike 1. Letter high, breaking pitch. They have to be a little more careful with Bullock. Bullock had 31 stolen bases last season. His run's pretty good for a catcher, first baseman type. First pitch, a little bit up. Count now 1-1. He has not taken a huge lead off first, though. Boatner, the 1-1. Popped up, foul, back toward the cars. And no business for the local window companies on that one. Count now 1-2. I parked on the entire other side of the school, so I'm not in danger anymore. Yes.
Very smart.
You learn after a while. All right, here's the 1-2. Breaking ball outside. Starts to count to 2-2. Boston Brown looking to see what he can do about extending the lead. The 2-2 from Boatner. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big old curveball. Got Brown to chase it. And that is out number 2 here in the top of the 3rd inning. That brings up designated hitter Luke McGowan. The junior flew out to left field in the 2nd inning. Boatner bringing it in. Strike 1. Letter high on the outside corner. McGowan settling in. Boatner delivers. McGowan pops it up, right side. Cam Carino sprints over, makes the catch right on the foul line, and that ends the inning. In the inning, no runs on one hit, no errors, one runner left on base. We're through 2.5 innings here at Diamond Field. Lakeside leading Pacelli 2-0. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Back at Diamond Field for the Beck Center Game of the Week. Pacelli, their season opener. First game under Matt Ward, new head coach, taking on Lakeside, the two-time defending state champions in AISA Class A. Nice little matchup here. Right now, the Vikings trailing by a score of 2-0. They're up against one of the best pitchers in the state of Alabama, and Boston Brown, who's an Auburn commit. The junior has been looking good out there. He's only given up one hit. 2 strikeouts, he's walked 1. But the Vikings have gotten to him just a little bit here. First game, everybody's getting settled on in. Now's their chance. And it's going to be the top of the lineup here. Jacob Velos will lead things off. Velos walked in the bottom of the first inning to lead off that inning. He wound up getting as far as third base, didn't quite make it through. He's looking for a better birthday present, like maybe a base hit to get things going. Brown looking in, winds. The pitch to Velos, breaking ball a little bit outside and in the dirt, ball 1. Velos with a good batting eye here. Last season he had .351. 1-0 in the dirt once again. Brown is being very, very cautious around Velos. Velos, dangerous hitter. So here we go, 2-0 count. And the delivery. Up high, fastball, had a little bit of steam on it, but inside. So 3-0 count on Jacob Velos.
If Velos could get on first, he can steal bases.
Oh, yes. Next pitch, that's a strike. Taking the 3-0, it does a definite take. Yeah, last season, Velos stole 13 bases.
By the way, I also want to make mention his older brother, Justin Velos, playing at CVCC.
That's right.
Former Northside Patriots, part of that, 2019 championship team?
Yep. Pretty good ball player, huh?
Yep. Also made the final out in the Chattahoochee Monsters Eric Moore no-hitter. Happened to call that back in 2023.
There you go. Here's the 3-2 to Velos. Swinging up in the air, right field. Langham kind of circled the wagons on that one. Does make the catch for out number 1. He went back, came in, went back, came back in. Winds might be a little tricky aloft.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's a 7-mile-an-hour wind. The wind's blowing in a little bit, but there are gusts. And according to the Weather Service, the gusts are up to 12 or 13 miles an hour. You get one of those little gusts at the right time, it can make life exciting. Cam Carino at the plate. Cam got on an error into the first inning by the right fielder. Cam made it to second, but again, runners on second and third. The Vikings were not able to push anything across. Trying to see what they can do about changing that up here in the bottom of the third. The 1-0 to Carino. Breaking ball outside, a little high. 2-0.
Dave, we got a pretty nice crowd tonight.
Well, it's a great day. I mean, the weather is absolutely perfect. This is the first game of the year. What an opportunity to come out and see a little bit of baseball.
Absolutely.
2-0 driven into the gap in right center field. Cam making the run, making the turn, trying to stretch it into 2, and he does. Good hustle. Great play by Cam Carino. Carino driving it into the gap in right center field. Trevor Harris scooped it up. Carino did not even hesitate. Bolted for second. The throw a little bit wide. He slid in safely. So the Vikings, the runner in scoring position with 1 out, and then brings up number 3 hitter Levi Thompson. Levi dropped down a sacrifice bunt to try to set things up in the first inning. He put runners on second and third with just 1 out. Pacelli not able to convert on that. Let's see what we can do a little more conventionally here. Thompson with Carino leading off of second. Carino led the team in stolen bases last season with 17. He's got good speed. He's just a good athlete. First pitch, Thompson swinging, strike 1 on the breaking ball. Yeah, because remember, Carino is one of the stars of the football team.
One of the leading rushers.
Yes, great running back. They put him in at linebacker a lot toward the end of the season as well. One of those settling influence. He's got good instincts in pretty much everything. Thompson, ground out to third. That gets Carino all the way to third back. Ground out to first, rather. It went right to Tyler Mark Bullock, right at the base. So easy out, but Carino strolling into third unimpeded. So the Vikings with a runner on third base and 2 outs here. Nolan Vaughn with his opportunity to get the Vikings on the board. Vaughn struck out in the first inning. Brown working out of the windup now. Gets the sign. First pitch to Vaughn. Vaughn swings, strike 1. Vikings would really like to take advantage of this one. Down 2-0, try to get on the board, get things going here. Pitch to Vaughn. He takes it for a strike.
Oh, what a
0-2
pitch.
count.
Boston Brown has just got nasty stuff.
He does. That breaking stuff's nasty, and when he can bring it too. Get the side from Jake Foles, the 0-2. Up high. Did Vaughn chase? No.
It's close.
They appealed. First base umpire Preston Davis says, nope, nothing happening. That was not a swing. So the count now 1-2. Hard to lay off that one. Kind of eye high. Fastball, we'll see. 1-2. Breaking ball outside.
Another close.
Yeah, both catchers are pretty good at framing pitches. I'll give them that. It's an art form.
It really is. The umpire just wasn't buying it.
No. So here we go, the 2-2. Ball 3. 3-2 count, full count now. Cam Carino on third. Let's go, Nolan. Clapping his hands, bam, going, come on, Nolan. Let's see what we can do. Vaughn doing his best here to get the Vikings on the board. 3-2, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Vaughn, check swing, fouled off. Toward the cars.
Dave, I got to say that this Lakeside team still has a lot of players on that championship team, but losing a player like Demetrius Hartnett, I mean, that was a big loss. He was their top pitcher, one of their top hitters.
Yep. But they've still got a lot of weapons.
Oh, yeah.
We know. All right, 3-2 pitch again. Taking it.
What a pitch.
Strike 3 looking, and that ends the inning. He wasn't expecting an off-speed pitch, but that's what he got. In the inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. At the end of 3, Lakeside 2, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers. For the optimists, pessimists, exhibitionists. For long distance love. For the farsighted, nearsighted. For introverts and extroverts. For the thinkers and the doers. For old friends. Coca-Cola. For everyone.
And top of the fourth inning here at Diamond Field. Lakeside leading Pacelli 2-0 in the season opener for both ball clubs. Georgia Alabama Sports Live is excited to announce our partnership with Coca-Cola. We're proud to welcome Coca-Cola as a presenting sponsor and as an essential part of our team as we grow into the future. Classic taste, timeless memories. We're officially a Coke company. All right, here top of the fourth, 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for Lakeside. Trevor Harris leading things off. First pitch from Bodner, outside, ball one. Harris singled to center field, stole second in the second inning. Bodner looking to get the side from Levi Thompson, and here is his 1-0 delivery. Popped up. Jacob Velos at short, going out into shallow left field, and he pulls it in. Has to battle the sun just a little bit, but that is out number one. That's the first time that the Chiefs have not gotten their leadoff man on base.
Yeah, they've been aggressive at the plate. I mean,
yep.
They have been able to set the tone in this game, and so that's what Pacelli needs to do if they want to get back in this game, is to get that first out.
Exactly. The one thing, though, Boatner's been pretty good at tamping things down. Jackson Langham at the plate, swinging on the first pitch, flares it out to left field in no man's land. That falls in. Is he going to go for two? He does. And he pulls in, slides into second with the leadoff double. Jacob Langham, who had walked in the second, doubling to left field in the fourth. So the Chiefs are the runner on second base with one out. And they threaten once again. Good piece of hitting from Langham. Off speed, he check swing. He just kind of went with the pitch and just lofted it out there in left field. They had the outfield, the Pacelli outfield is playing hitters to pull for the most part. And left fielder Alex Aponte was pulled over a little bit toward center field. He didn't have a shot at that one. So here we go. Number 9 hitter Braden Vachon stepping up to the plate. Vachon grounded out to first in his first at bat back in the second inning. Vachon with a chance to maybe rack up an RBI. Runner on second with one out. First pitch from Boatner up a little high. Ball one. Boatner, a senior, again, soft tosser, but he's got good breaking stuff, good command, and he does a really good job of moving it up and down, in and out, because changing planes is how you fool hitters. 1-0. Fouled off into the screen. 1-1 count now. You know, Richard, you don't have to throw it 95 miles an hour to get hitters out.
At the high school level, if you have nasty stuff, I mean, sometimes you need to throw that fastball if you need to get out, knowing that if you have good control, good velocity, you really knowing where the strike zone is and where the hot part of the zone is.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The 1-1 up a little high inside, 2-1 count. Yeah, with Boatner, I mean, you've got people chasing it a little bit. He's got people kind of stepping out of their zone to try to hit it because he doesn't bring the heavy stuff. He's not throwing upper 80s. A lot of these guys are used to the upper 80s, so you bring this other stuff and you have issues. Ground ball to second, and it handcuffs Carino, rolls all the way to the fence. Vachon will pull into second base, and Jackson Langham comes in to score. It is 3-0 Pacelli, or 3-0 Lakeside. That ground ball, it skimmed along, and Carino just didn't get his glove down on that one. He didn't touch it. They're going to call that one a hit.
Yeah, they're going to rule that one a hit. It was close.
Yeah. So now it's 3-0 Lakeside. Runner on second as Vachon and Langham trade spots. Top of the lineup, J.B. Upton coming up to the plate. First pitch to Upton. Upton swinging, pops it up left side, but out of play. Upton doubled and scored in the first, and then he walked in the second. Lakeside a three-run inning. They've got a lot of guys on base, but they haven't been able to string a bunch of things together to put together a really big inning. Nathan Boatner has done a great job of pitching out of jams and gets to do it one more time. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. Sun's starting to set now. The shadows are lengthening here at Diamond Field. The infield is almost now completely in shadow. Here's a 1-1. Swinging foul off to the right side. And that makes the count 1-2. Boatner taking his time, calmly getting through things. Remember, again, last year, a 1.69 earned run average. You're starting to see why it's that way. He's good at, again, moving the pitches, keeping people off balance. Getting the sign from Levi Thompson. And a 1-2. Runner going. Breaks for third. The throw to third, a little bit wide. And Vachon sliding in with the stolen base.
He's got great speed.
He does. Yeah, he can scoot for sure.
And he has a small stature, so he's able to slide underneath the tag.
Yep, he had 28 stolen bases last season, so that's not a surprise. Yeah. So runner in third, 2-2, 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He whiffs Upton. And that is out number 2.
What a pitch.
That was nice. It was up in his eyes. He kind of chased it a little bit. And boom. That's the second strikeout of the afternoon for Boatner. And time is called. Matt Ward trotting out to the mound. Levi Thompson joining him. They're going to talk to make sure that they get things right for Trent Hayes.
So, Dave, what do you know about Matt Ward? It's his first year as the Pacelli manager.
Yes, he was head coach up at. He's been a head coach up at Valley. He's done a fine job. He's had players signed, had players move on. He's done a really good job, and the opportunity to bring him aboard was a good one for the Vikings. They grabbed him with the opportunity.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and so he's going to try to see what he can do about building something up because there's been a little bit of turnover here at Pacelli last couple of years. And
I mean, you've had Bobby Howard, you've had Adam Thomas, Case Rasmus.
Yeah, and Adam Thomas, of course, had to step down because of his health and everything else. And Casey Rasmus moving on to a very large program up in North Alabama. So here comes Mr. Ward trying to see what he can do about settling things in. Because remember, this is a program that's brought home state championships before. Trent Hayes at the plate. First pitch swinging. Driven to left field, and there it is. Alex Apani hauling it in right by the fence, but that is out number 3. In the inning, 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors, and 1 runner left on base. At the end of 3 1/2 innings, Lakeside 3, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Imagine a life-changing injury. Imagine the fear and unknown. The Houston Clinic Sports Medicine Team, the only physicians in the area with advanced certification in orthopedic sports medicine, treats sports injuries with innovative techniques. The Houston Clinic has helped nearly 1 million athletes live without pain. Imagine getting back in the game. Imagine the best game of your life. The Houston Clinic Sports Medicine Team.
All right, we're back at Diamond Field, the Beck Center Game of the Week. Don't forget, we're going to hand out our Alex 20 Allstate Good Hands Player of the Game at the end of this contest.
We're going to hand them out 2 times, right, Dave? We got a doubleheader.
It's a doubleheader, folks. Stick around. It should be 2 pretty good ball games here. Boston Brown looking pretty tough out on the mound. 3 innings, giving up just 2 hits. And they've stranded for 4 runners. So he's done a really good job. The times he's had a little bit of trouble, he's gotten out of it. And for Pacelli, it'll be the 5, 6, 7 hitters. Senior Dustin Sherman will lead things off. Sherman struck out to end the first inning in his first at bat. The senior, one of the guys they're counting on. Brown gets a sign from Jake Folds. Here's the pitch. Sherman takes the first one for a strike.
And Dave, I do want to say that this is the son of Mary Sherman, longtime Columbus Sports Council person that moved on to the GHSA.
He is indeed, and swing miss, strike 2. He was also the quarterback, of course, for the Vikings this season.
Had a great season.
Did a fine job.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the 0-2 from Brown. In the dirt. Can't get Sherman to expand the zone there, so it's a 1-2 count on Dustin Sherman. And again, the shadows again lengthening almost all the way out to second base now. Pitcher, catcher, hitter, they're all in shade at this point. 1-2. Breaking pitch, a little bit inside. Sherman manages to hold off. Almost thought about it. Count now 2-2. Got to protect the plate, but here's a shot. Fouled off. Sharply, the right side, out of play. Stays alive. Count remaining 2-2. Bottom of the fourth. Lakeside holding a 3-0 lead on the Pacelli Vikings in this season opener. First game of the year anywhere in this area. Swing and a miss on the curveball. Strike 3. Sherman strikes out, and that is out number 1 here in the fourth. That will bring up sophomore Alex Aponte. Aponte flew out to right field in his first at-bat. Brown with 4 strikeouts now on the day. Brown getting the sign. Begins the wind and the pitch. First one. Catches the inside corner breaking ball. Strike 1. Aponte trying to get something going here with 1 out. Getting the Vikings on the board. They have been close, but they have yet to push anything across the plate. Breaking pitch up high. Aponte takes it for strike 2. Now he's got to protect the plate. The wind of the 0-2. Outside. Exactly where Brown wanted to put it there. It was just a little bit outside. Try to get the hitter to chase. Didn't happen. Count now 1-2 on Alex Aponte. In the dirt. Ball 2. 2-2 now. Aponte being patient. Try to pick out a good one here. Crowd getting into it a little bit now. The delivery. Off the fist. Flew to right, but pulled in by Jackson Langham. It was a little sinking liner. Langham was playing in a little bit shallow. He's able to come up with it with no problem for out number 2. And that'll bring up third baseman Billy Smith. Smith grounded out to third in his first at-bat. Smith, one of the 3 seniors on the Pacelli roster. Here's Brown's first pitch to Smith. Smith swinging. Fouled off. Right side out of play. 0-1 count. Vikings trying to attack the pitches as much as they can here. Brown has been near the plate all day. Here we go. Next pitch. Breaking ball out a little bit low. 4-1. 1-1 count on Billy Smith. You can hear the crowd. They're getting into it right now. Trying to get something going. See if the guys can do something here. Pitch outside. Ball 2. 2-1 count. Smith ahead in the count right now. Brown is pretty much dominated, done well, keep staying ahead in the count all day. That pitch fouled off. A little bit behind it, but he got good contact with it. Both fouls have been strong fouls. He got good contact, but both of them a little bit behind the pitch. Count now 2-2. 2 outs. Vikings trying to get something going here, get a little 2-out thunder working. Brown rocks and fires. Smith gets a piece of it, stays alive. It was a breaking pitch. He kind of cued it a little bit into the dirt, but, contact's contact, foul ball, still in there.
Live to see another day. Just spoil off pitches, even if it's close in the strike zone.
Sure. I mean, spoil them off. And
spoil them.
Yeah, spoiled pitches, eventually makes a mistake. Hopefully. Here's Brown's 2-2. Ground ball up the middle. J.B. Upton. Scoop, the throw to first is wide and gets away from the first baseman. Tyler Mark Bullock chases it down the throw to second, and Smith gets gunned. He's tagged out. Well, death by misadventure on that one. So in the inning, no runs on no hits. There was one error, but nobody left on base. At the end of 4, Lakeside 3, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Mex Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Imagine a life-changing injury. Imagine the fear and unknown.
Over the last couple of years,
the Houston Clinic Sports Medicine Team, the only physicians in the area with advanced certification in orthopedic sports medicine, treat sports injuries with innovative techniques. The Houston Clinic has helped nearly 1 million athletes live without pain. Imagine getting back in the game. Imagine the best game of your life. The Houston Clinic Sports Medicine Team.
And tell them Georgia Alabama Sports Live and Thrift sent you. Thank you again to Judson Humphreys and Zaxby's for our continued partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Back at Diamond Field, top of the 5th inning. Lakeside leading Pacelli by a score of 3-0. 3-4-5 hitters due up for the Chiefs. Tyler Mark Bullock will lead things off. Bullock, sac fly in the first, bringing the first run, also singled in the third. First pitch from Nathan Boatner, driven to right field. A nice catch by Aiden Dixon. He kind of misjudged it at first, but he hustled, reached over, reached out, and pulled it in for out number 1. That was hit pretty good, too.
Yeah, it was. Great catch.
And it's a tough one, too, because the way he hit it, it's going to spin away from the fielder. You know, the spin on it, because the right-handed hitter kind of cueing it off the end of the bat. And Dixon managed to chase it down. All right, it brings up Noah Miller, who's flown out to center field twice. Once in the first, once in the third. Here in the 5th, takes the first pitch for ball 1. Nathan Boatner has done a pretty good job of pitching out of jams. He's only allowed 3 runs. There have been opportunities for a whole lot more. Boatner's already thrown. He's up to his 60th pitch. And that one is inside for a ball. $60 pitches in the bottom, early top of the 5th, considering number of hits and number of runners, is a pretty efficient job. Ground ball to third. Billy Smith diving, can't quite flag it down. We're going to call that one a hit. A sharp ground ball. Smith went to his left, dove, but could not quite flag it down. It rolled into shallow left field, chased down by Jacob Velos to keep Noah Miller from getting past first. But that's a hit. The 7th hit of the game for Lakeside. That brings up Boston Brown. Brown singled, which led to a run in the 2nd inning, and he struck out in the 3rd. Boatner, again, looking to pitch out of another jam. First pitch up high outside ball 1. The only thing close to a 1-2-3 inning was the bottom of the 4th inning, and I'm not sure if that qualifies because Billy Smith got on an error and tried to advance on the error and was thrown out. Over to first, keeping Miller close. So setting things up for the 1-0 pitch from Nathan Boatner. Up high, ball 2. Thompson looks and kind of glares at Miller leading off of first base. All right, 2-0 count. Miller with a pretty good lead off first. Ground ball toward first. Sherman to second for 1. Velos fires it back. And Boatner covering first with the scoop. Beautiful defensive play there. That could be, that could be one of those William plays of the week.
Oh, yeah.
So the double play ends the inning. And in the inning, no runs on one hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. at the end of 4 1/2 innings. It's Lakeside 3, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Imagine a life-changing injury. Imagine the fear and unknown. The Houston
All right, back at Diamond Field, bottom of the 5th inning. Pacelli trying to come back from a 3-0 deficit against the Lakeside Chiefs. Hey, make sure to follow Georgia Alabama Sports Live on all social media platforms for the latest updates on local sports in our area. Don't miss a game. Subscribe to all our pages today. And it is 8-9-1 coming to the plate for Pacelli. Carter Dixon at DH will lead things off. Dixon with the hit, the first hit of the game by the Vikings. That was back in the 2nd inning. Nice slicing single into left field. Here's his second shot at Boston Brown, who's been pitching a fine ball game. Brown's first pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Brown with 4 strikeouts in his 4 innings of work. He's given up just 1 walk and a couple of hits. 1-0 is now 1-1. Fastball, strike 1. Brown on pitch number 71 now. And here's the delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 1-2 count. So Carter Dixon looking to protect the plate at this point. Try to get something going here. If the bottom of the order can kind of set the table, you got Velos and Carino in to bring him in. Pitch up high, fastball, brought it hard, but a little bit out of control. So strike 2. 2-2, or ball 2 rather. Strike 2. 2-2 counts. I'll get this straight at some point here. Hey, it's an opener for me too, all right? Brown, 2-2 delivery. Outside, ball 3. Carter Dixon working a count. 3-2 count. Trying to see get on base by hook or crook and get things started. Getting a leadoff man helps a lot if you can get it on. And ball 4. Dixon working to walk, so the Vikings get the leadoff man on first base for the 2nd time in this ball game. Aiden Dixon stepping up to the plate. Right fielder grounded to a fielder's choice to end the 2nd inning. In his first at bat, Dixon with a really nice defensive play out there in the top of the 5th inning. Let's see if glove turns into bat. First pitch to Dixon. Outside. Ball 1. Carter Dixon on first. He had a pretty good week earlier this week. On Tuesday, he claimed state runner-up in the 150 weight class at the state tournament in a wrestling tournament at Riverside Prep in Gainesville.
Nice.
Yep. One of 3 Vikings to take state runner-up. They finished 4th as a team in boys wrestling. The girls wrestling team had 4 state champions and ran away with the points on that on their side. Great wrestling program here. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Yeah, with legendary coach Adrian Anderson, which I believe this is his final year, right?
That's what I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that.
The rumors.
Yeah, that's the rumor that he's hanging up after the season.
Know. Maybe he might go for a couple more years.
Who knows? Who knows? But I do know this. It's a great wrestling program here. Oh, yeah. Outside. Nope. Count now 2-2. Being patient here. Aiden Dixon digging in. Carter Dixon leading off of first. 2-2 count here. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. Outside. Aiden thought about it, but held up. Boston Brown could not get him to expand the strike zone. So the count is now 3-2 on the number 9 hitter, Aiden Dixon. Pacelli trying to come back for a 3-run deficit here in the 5th. And the payoff pitch. Up high, ball 4. 2 straight walks by Boston Brown. The Vikings with runners on first and second with nobody out. Top of the order coming up. And the dangerous Jacob Velos. Time has been called. Tony Rasmus strolling out to come talk to his ace pitcher. Trying to figure out what's going on here. Tony never minces words. He's a great coach, that's for sure. He will let you know what he thinks. He's got some state championships to prove what he can do.
Different schools, too.
Good, that is true.
That's impressive.
Yep, one at Russell County and a couple at Lakeside. So here we go. Here's the Viking shot. Vikings, runners on first and second, nobody out. Jacob Velos, leadoff man, leading hitter, stepping up to the plate. Velos with a walk and a fly out so far in this contest. He is due. Boston Brown looking to pitch out of a jam. Brown gets the sign from Jake Folds. First pitch to Velos. Swinging hard, fouled off. Jacob's thinking big. Matt Ward, third base, just reminding his guys, make sure it goes through. Don't do anything dumb on the bases. If it's a line drive, make sure it gets past.
Yeah, Velos represents the tying run here in the 5th.
There you go. Well, that's a little early. It's probably a little too soon to be thinking that, but you're right. Here's Brown's 0-1. Strike 2. At the knees, it was a really good fastball inside corner. So, 0-2 count on Jacob Velos. Sophomore shortstop. Both Dixons taking good leads off the base. Boston Browns 0-2. In the dirt. Good work by Jake Foles to block it and keep it in front of him and keep the runners from advancing.
And good patience by Velos not to chase after it.
Yep. And so now it is a 1-2 count. Velos trying to get the Vikings on the board here in the 5th. The pitch. Strike 3 on the outside corner. It was right there, painted the black. It was a perfect pitch, and it just caught Velos. He just shook his head. Not much you can do with that one.
No.
So now, 1 out. Runners on first and second. That brings up Cam Carino. Carino's gotten on base both times. Fly out to right. Well, the fly to right was dropped by Jackson Langham, and then he doubled in the 3rd. Carino. First pitch to him, and it's in the dirt. If you remember, that double was actually looked more like a single, but Carino did not stop, did not slow down, and the fleet second baseman churned and kept going and turned it single into a double. Great base running. So 1-0 count on Carino, 2 on, 1 out. The pitch. Ooh, he chased that one. Strike 1. 1-1 count. This is the Vikings' big shot. Brown looking in, gets his sign, comes set. 1-1 pitch. Carino up in the air, up the elevator shaft, but it goes foul. Ooh, just misses a truck. That's why I park on the other side of the field.
There you go.
So the count now 1-2. Levi Thompson on deck. Brown, this will be his 89th pitch. Carino lines it right to 3rd, and the throw to second base. Third baseman Trent Hayes looked like he had Carter Dixon cold, but the throw to second dribbled past the base. And there wasn't anything anybody could do about that when the Vikings managed to hang on. They're still alive. Runners on first and second now, but with 2 outs. Levi Thompson coming to play. Carino, nice line drive, but it was right. It was to the left of Trent Hayes, easily within reach. Oh, so close. And time is called. Brown took it a little bit too long. Thompson asked for time, and he was granted it. Everybody digging back in. We'll try it again. All right. Carter Dixon on second. Aiden Dixon on first. Levi Thompson at the plate. 3-0 Lakeside. 2 outs here in the 5th. Curveball grounded. 2-hopper to third. And Trent Hayes just tags Carter Dixon, and that is the inning. In the inning, no runs on no hits. There were no errors and 2 runners left on base. So after 5 innings, Lakeside 3, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
All right, top of the 6th inning. Tonight's coverage brought to you by Houston Clinic, a presenting sponsor on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. World-class orthopedic care right here at home. And I guess I can say tonight because the infield is now entirely in shade. The sun is dug behind the clouds here. There's still little dapples of sunlight out in the outfield, mostly in left field, a little bit in center. But the lights are up, the lights are running, and this is Diamond Field, so the lights are great. So we're looking good here as far as playing conditions. The night is perfect. It doesn't get any better than this for baseball. Temperatures in the upper 60s, a light breeze. It's just beautiful, especially after all that cold weather we've been having the last few weeks. So here we go, top of the 6th inning. Luke McGowan will lead things off, 6-7-8 due up for Lakeside. McGowan flew out to left and popped to second base in his 2 at-bats. Leading off the 6th, Pacelli trying to shut this down. Time is running out on them, but what they got to do is make sure the Lakeside doesn't gain any more ground on them. Nathan Boatner on the mound. He's done a good job. 5 innings, thrown only 64 pitches. First pitch of this inning, taken for ball 1. So 65 pitches going into the 6th inning is a very efficient performance, to say the least. Boatner get the sign from Levi Thompson, and the delivery. Swung. Sharp grounder goes into the Pacelli dugout. Everybody skipping. Got to stay awake over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the dugouts, of course, have got all that screening and everything, but you got to be able to get in and out, and it found that little gap. So anybody sitting on the bench will be like, whoops. All right, count 1-1. And the pitch. Breaking ball. Doesn't quite catch the corner. A little bit up and a little bit up and a little bit up and a little bit out. So count 2-1 now on Luke McGowan. McGowan, a junior. A junior at 343 last year. He's a dangerous hitter. Yes. And chopped a little dribbler toward the Pacelli dugout. Nobody has to scramble on that one. Ward scoops it up and throws it back to his pitcher. So 2-2 count now. Boatner gets the sign he likes from Levi Thompson. The pitch. Breaking ball. Ooh, not quite. Thompson tried selling it. Didn't quite work. So the count is now 3-2. Full count on Luke McGowan. We haven't had a lot of full counts from Boatner. Boatner's been throwing a lot of strikes. Here's the payoff. Curveball lined right to Jacob Velos. Nice defensive play by Velos. It was hit up the middle. Velos taking it in stride. He's quick.
Yeah, he is.
He's quick, and he just made it look so easy. For out number 1, that brings up Trevor Harris, the center fielder. Junior singled in the second inning and popped out to short in the fourth. And the pitch. Driven to center field. Nolan Vaughn on his horse gets it for out number 2. Vaughn can cover some ground out there. That's some good defense. The one thing the Vikings have got is good defense up the middle. Carino did have problems on one ground ball, but the guys they've got up the middle can go get them. Carino at second, Velos at short, Vaughn in center field. That's solid D. Jackson Langham to the plate. Langham has walked and doubled. First pitch to Langham, takes it, ball 1. Langham in the fourth inning reached out and flared a double to left field in no man's land, and he later came on to score the third run of the ball game. Vikings trying to get the 1-2-3 inning going here. Here's the pitch. Lined up the middle, and Carino knocks it down to keep it from going into the outfield. There wasn't a whole lot anybody could do with that one. So a single for Langham, who's 2 for 2 on the day with a run scored. That brings up the number 9 hitter, Braden Vachon. Vachon grounded to first in the second inning, and then he doubled in Langham in the fourth. One, two, three innings are really hard to come by here. Here's Boatner's delivery. A little bit up. Ball 1. Boatner with 74 pitches so far. Again, that's an efficient performance through 6 innings. Almost through 6. Don't get ahead of ourselves here. The pitch. Outside, ball 2. 2-0 count on Braden Vachon. Vachon is a senior who hit .396 last season. And the number 9 hitter. Kind of a second leadoff guy for the Chiefs. 2-0. Up high through ball 3. 3-0 count now. Boatner had a little bit of control trouble in the second inning, but since then he has been solid. He's only given up 2 walks today. 3-0. Catches the inside corner. Nicely done. Strike 1. 3-1 count now on Braden Vachon. Boatner's bread and butter is pitching to contact. Over to first. Just as a hello, we see you kind of throw. Langham trotting back. Yeah, pitching to contact, that's how you keep your pitch counts down. You throw strikeouts, that means you got to throw 3 or 4 pitches every hitter. Ooh,
look
inside. Out. He ducks under it. It's ball 4. So Boatner with just his 3rd walk of the night. That puts runners on first and second with 2 outs. Top of the lineup coming up, J.B. Upton. Upton doubled and scores in the first, walked in the second and struck out in the fourth. And Matt Ward out to come talk to Boatner. Settling him down. Levi Thompson out there too, having a conversation. Just get out of this inning. The senior has done a good job today. Boatner, 5 2/3 innings, given up 7 hits, 3 earned runs, but 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. He has kept things under control. It's up to the Vikings hitters to try to do something with Boston Brown at this point. He's trying to keep him from getting away, the ball game from getting away from them. Upton, the junior shortstop, dangerous hitter. And a first pitch. Upton takes it, strike 1. Boatner looking in. Getting that sign from Levi Thompson. Here's the 0-1. Little bit outside. 1-1 count.
By the way, Dave, we got a score update. Top of the second inning, Columbus leading Harris County 1-0.
So another ball game isn't going on. It's baseball season, folks. Love it. And so here we go, Boatner into the stretch. Here's his 1-1 delivery. Upton swinging, fouls it into the screen for strike 2. Hey, tonight's coverage brought to you by Houston Clinic, a presenting sponsor on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. World-class orthopedic care right here at home. And the bells are ringing. It is 6 o'clock here on the campus of St. Anne Pacelli High School. The bells over at St. Anne Catholic Church going. Boatner, the delivery, curveball, high ball. Stealing third, yes. Levi Thompson thought that he'd gotten Jackson Langham down at third. But the third base umpire, Jonathan Williams, says no, tag did not quite get there. So it's a stolen base for Langham. It's now runners on second and third with 2 outs here. And a 2-2 count on Braden Vachon. Or on J.B. Upton, rather. 2-2. Upton takes ball 3 in the dirt. Thompson knocks it down, keeps it from getting too far.
Yeah, good stop by Thompson.
Yep. So here we go. 3-2 count, 2 outs. Runners on second and third. Boatner's pitch to Upton. Upton driving it to left field. Alex Apani back to the fence, and there's nobody going to get that one. That is gone. A rip to left field. A 3-run home run by J.B. Upton. And the Lakeside Chiefs have blown this game open. It is now 6-0. Upton's 3-run shot to left. He got all of that one. Just kept on going. So it is now 6-0 Lakeside. Matt Ward coming out, and I believe that is going to be all for Nathan Boatner. So let's take a break while this pitching change goes on. You are watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And we're back at Diamond Field. Pitching change for Pacelli as Nathan Boatner, his night is done. Dustin Sherman coming in from first base to take over as the hurler for the Vikings. Sherman did not pitch last season. He's been listed as a right-handed pitcher. Of course, he was coming back from injury last year. So, and let's see, I got Sean Maglione taking over at first base for Sherman. So here we go. Dustin Sherman, his first hitter face will be Trent Hayes, the junior. Hayes is grounded out and a comebacker and flown out to left field twice. First pitch from Sherman. Up a little high, ball 1. Yeah, the Angelus bells were ringing over at St. Anne Church. Turned out they were ringing for Boatner. But Nathan Boatner with a good The good performance, just that last pitch got him. Outside, ball 2.
Yeah, Boatner had a very good game. Just, you throw one mistake, and that could be the difference in the game. Because, now it's 6-0.
Yep, lineup Boatner, 5 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs all earned, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. And the line single to center field by Trent Hayes. A lot of 2-out thunder here for the Chiefs in the top of the 6th inning. Hayes with his first hit of the night. That brings up Tyler Mark Bullock. Bullock 1 for 2 in the night. A sac fly in the first brought in a run. He singled in the 3rd and then flew out to lead off the 5th inning. Sherman out of the stretch. Pitch to Bullock. Bullock pops it up or flies it out to center field. Nolan Vaughn on the run, coming up with it, and that ends the inning. But in the inning, Lakeside with 3 runs on 3 hits. No errors, 1 runner left on base. At the end of 5 1/2 innings, it's Lakeside 6, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
At Glenn Smith Chevrolet, let's kick off 2026 with a bang! We will not be undersold. Powerful full-size Chevy Silverados up to $13,750 off. Rugged mid-size Chevy Colorados up to $9,000 off. Enjoy no payments until springtime. Get your lowest price guaranteed today. Smart people from all over the USA come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet. Get ready to smile.
And we're back at Diamond Field, bottom of the 6th inning. Pacelli Vikings have to dig out of a 6-0 hole after Lakeside's J.B. Upton ripped a 3-run homer in the top of the inning to double the lead from 3-6. And that's a whole different ball game, especially when you're dealing with Boston Brown on the mound. Brown, one of the best pitchers in the state of Alabama. Brown has only given up 2 hits in his 5 innings of work, struck out 5, walked 3. The Vikings have threatened 2 or 3 times, but they have left 6 runners on base. Can't do that, especially against a fine pitcher like this. But the game is not over yet. They still got 2 at bats to try to take care of business. Nolan Vaughn will lead things off here in the 6th. Vaughn struck out both of his at bats. Vaughn's had a fine game out in the outfield. Made a couple of pretty nice catches.
Yeah, he has.
Chasing it down. So here comes Boston Brown's first pitch of the bottom of the 6th inning. Woo! Almost nails Vaughn. Vaughn kind of crouched down.
Oh, my.
It came very close to ticking his helmet there. But it's ball 1.
And you start to get the feel of just the backstop.
Yeah. And strike. Fastball for strike 1. 1-1 count now on Nolan Vaughn. Outside, Vaughn thought about it, but he did not chase. 2-1 count. And the field is now completely in shadow. And the lights
are on.
We're living on the lights. Of course, again, the lights at Diamond Field are some of the best in the entire area. Strike 2.
No question about it.
Yep.
How unique is this that the football field is shared partially with the baseball field?
Yep. When you have limited amount of space, you got to make the most of what you've got. And here at Pacelli, they have done exactly that. Pitch inside. Count is now full on Nolan Vaughn. Vaughn trying to see what he can do about working something. Foul. Count remains 3-2. Vaughn got a piece of that one to stay alive.
Let's go, no.
Brown getting the sign in from Jake Folds. Nope. Wants to change baseballs. Brandon Wooden hands it to Folds, and Folds tosses it to Brown, and we will start all over again here. Count is 3-2. Nobody out here in the 6th inning. Up there, way up high, ball 4. That's the 4th walk of the game for Brown, who is now at, let's see here, he is listed as at, how many pitches? 97 pitches. And the first pitch to Dustin Sherman. Catches the corner for strike 1. Sherman now on the mound, moving in from first base. Got the final out of the 6th inning for the Vikings. Next pitch, Sherman, big swing and a miss. Strike 1, or strike 2. 0-2 count on Dustin Sherman. Nolan Vaughn, decent lead on first. Vaughn had 11 stolen bases last season. That one up in the air, right field. It's foul, and it's out of play. Jackson Langham gave it the old college try, but it was just too far out of his reach. Count remaining 0-2. Alex Aponte on deck for the Vikings. The Vikings trying to get something going here, trailing 6-0. They really need to put something on the board. You only got 2 more at-bats. They've got 6 outs to work with. The pitch. Breaking pitch, a little bit inside. Sherman holds off. The count now 1-2. Vaughn, 1 foot on the green. Good sizable lead there. Brown's pitch. Sherman gets a piece of it, cues it off the end of the bat, but stays alive. Count remaining 1-2. Right now the job is to protect the plate, keep things going, and just try to move the runners.
Good job protecting.
He did that. He stayed alive.
Can't believe Boston Brown's still in this game, approaching his. Is he already past 100 pitches?
Yeah, he's at 102.
Ooh.
The pitch. Sherman driving it to center field, but it is caught by Trevor Harris, firing it over to first base, and doubles off Nolan Vaughn. Vaughn broke on the pitch and was all the way to second base when that ball was caught. He didn't look up. When he looked up, it was like, uh-oh. He turned around and sprinted as best he could, but Trevor Harris, one-hop, perfect throw to Tyler Mark Bullock at first, double play. So there are 2 outs in the 6th and nobody on. Alex Aponte trying to get something going here. Aponte taking the first pitch, fastball up high, ball 1. Aponte's flown out to right twice. Made good contact so far. Next pitch, inside, but catches the corner, strike 1. 1-1 count on Alex Aponte. Billy Smith on deck, hoping he gets a shot at getting up here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-1. Breaking pitch. Aponte driving to right field. And it will fall in for a base hit. It's fair by about 3 feet. Aponte sprinting to second base. The throw. He is safe. Alex Aponte with a double to right field with 2 outs here in the 6th inning to keep the Vikings alive.
Great hit by Alex Aponte. Opposite field power. And then he turned on the jets.
Yep.
Able to get the stand up or slide into second for that double.
Yeah, he got all of that one, too.
Yeah, he really did.
He did. It was a nice rip to right field, and it fell in by about 2 feet. So now it's up to Billy Smith to keep it going. Third baseman. Smith takes the first pitch up high, ball 1. Smith has grounded out, and in the 4th inning, got on in an error and tried to advance to second when the ball got away from on the throw from short, but he got gunned going to second. So Smith trying to see what he can do here by getting something going. 2 outs. Runner on second. Got a runner in scoring position. Pacelli has left 6 runners on base. They're down 6. It's time to turn it on its head. Here's the 2-0. Fastball. Letter high. Strike 1. 2-1 count on Billy Smith.
Let's go, Bill.
Bench trying to get some enthusiasm going there on the Pacelli side. 2-1. Outside. Ball 3. All right, 3-1 count. It's a hitter's count. Smith looking to be the hitter they need. Boston Brown, 3-1. Smith in the air, left side. Tyler Bullock underneath it at first base. Makes the catch, and that is the inning. In the inning, no runs on one hit, no errors, one runner left on base. At the end of 6, Lakeside 6, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Vision
Let's
Morning
kick
Show.
off 2026 with a bang. We will not be undersold. Powerful full-size Chevy Silverados up to $13,750 off. Rugged mid-size Chevy Colorados up to $9,000 off. Enjoy no payments until springtime. At your lowest price guaranteed today. Smart people from all over the USA come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet. Get ready to smile.
And we're back at Diamond Field, the Beck Center Game of the Week. The Pacelli Vikings trailing Lakeside 6-0, trying to get through this top of the inning and take one more crack at coming back on a comeback victory. As for Lakeside, it'll be a 4-5-6 inning. Noah Miller, the second baseman, will lead things off. Miller has flown out twice and had an infield single in the 5th inning. Dustin Sherman on the mound, taking over for Nathan Boatner last inning in the 6th. His first pitch, strike one. The Vikings had things kind of under control till Lakeside busted loose with J.B. Upton 3-run home run in the 6th inning to expand that lead to 6. Big swing by Miller for strike two. 0-2 count now on Noah Miller. Dustin Sherman getting the sign, working out of the stretch. The 0-2. Breaking pitch, Miller swings, pops it up right side of the infield. Cam Carino camps under it and brings it in for out number 1. So, one down here in the top of the 7th inning. Boston Brown coming to the plate. Brown singled and led to a run in the 2nd, struck out in the 3rd. And in the 5th, hit a ground ball that turned into a 3-6-1 double play and ended the 5th inning. Pitch from Sherman. Way outside in the dirt, ball 1. Season opener for both clubs. Pacelli's shown some flashes here. Lakeside has shown why they've won 2 straight state championships. Curveball from Sherman, just a little bit outside, broke a little too soon. The count 2-0 on Boston Brown. Sherman working quickly. Here's the 2-0. Up.
It was time called.
Time was called. Brown asked for time. He got it. He got it, but he didn't step out of the box, and so Sherman delivered the pitch. All right, we'll try that one again. It's a 2-0 count on Boston Brown. One out here in the top of the 7th. Here's Sherman's pitch. Fastball, strike, right at the letters. 2-1. Brown was taking that one all the way. Sherman doing a good job so far in relief. Pitch a little bit outside. Now it's a 3-1 count. When this one will wrap up, we'll be taking a little bit of a break, about a half-hour break, and coming back with Game 2 of the season-opening doubleheader. Sherman 3-1. Ground ball sharply hit right at Cam Carino. Carino scoops it up over to first to Sean Maglione, and it is out number 2.
By the way, Pacelli's next game will be this Thursday against Shaw at Edwin Jackson Raider Field.
That'll be a fun one, too. All right, here we go. This is Luke McGowan at the plate, the designated hitter. McGowan has flown to left, popped to second, and lined to short. Dustin Sherman delivers. Pitch high, it's a ball. So it's a 2-0 count on Luke McGowan. Sherman's been working out of the stretch since he came in. He delivers the 2-0. A little bit low, 3-0 count now. Trying to get this inning over with so the Vikings take one last shot at Boston Brown or whoever comes to the mound. Brown's thrown over 100 pitches. We'll see if he comes out for the 7th. Sherman's pitch, strike one.
He needed to throw that pitch.
Yeah, McGowan was taking that one all the way. On a 3-0 count, kind of have to. 3-1. In the dirt, ball 4. So McGowan walks. They'll bring up Trevor Harris. Harris singled in the 2nd and then he popped to short in the 4th and flew out to center field in the 6th. McGowan with virtually no lead at first. First pitch, strike one. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's not known for running either.
No, I mean, McGowan did have 21 stolen bases last season. He can run, but in a situation like this,
yeah,
you're not going to send him. You're not going to send him.
No, of course
he's
not.
their number 2 pitcher. Ground ball to second. Carino flips it to Velos for the out, and that ends the inning. In the inning, no runs on no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Lakeside leading Pacelli 6-0. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
At Planet Fitness, there's strength in numbers. The number of different workouts to do.
1, 2, 3.
Woo! Different clubs to do it in. Friends to do it with.
Looking good, everybody. Yeah, we are.
And the number of ways to recover from it all.
You got this, come on.
And it all adds up to one membership. The Planet Fitness Black Card. Access any location, bring a friend anytime, and recover in the Black Card Spa.
One more, everybody.
We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
All right, back at Diamond Field, the Pacelli Vikings have one last shot. They trail Lakeside by a score of 6-0. Boston Brown has thrown a great game, giving up just 3 hits in 6 innings of work. Struck out 5, walked 4. He's had a little bit of control trouble, but he's also thrown 111 pitches. He's out there to finish things off for Tony Rasmus's crew as they try to pick up their first win of the season. Remember, Lakeside, their record last year was 53-6. So
yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, and they're 2-time defending state champions. Yeah. They're a good ball club. But they want to finish things off here. Boston Brown looking to throw a complete game. Hopefully for him, a shutout. On the other hand, the Vikings, they've got one more shot at it. They got 3 outs to see what they can do about coming up with 6 runs at least to keep things alive. 8, 9, and 1 hitters coming up. Carter Dixon will lead things off. Dixon singled in the 2nd and walked in the 5th. Got on base every time he's been at the plate.
By the way, these two teams will play 4 more times.
Oh, yeah. They play lots of games.
Yeah. They play the Border Wars at Glenwood on March the 6th, and then at Eufaula down at Lakeside.
First pitch inside, ball 1.
That's actually March the 10th.
Yes. Lakeside packs their schedule. And they love playing Pacelli. Pacelli loves playing Lakeside. These are 2 teams that are well matched. Next pitch, strike 1, 1-1. Yeah, that's the thing. Pacelli and Lakeside playing each other makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of respect between the 2 programs. These guys have played against each other for years. It's a natural matchup. Strike 2. It's a natural matchup. The programs are, they're complementary programs.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you're going to see this stay. They're going to stay this way. They were playing like that before last year, of course, when Casey Rasmus, Tony's son, was coaching here. But they're going to continue doing that because this is a good matchup, and it's a cross-state rivalry, so it doesn't really hurt you. You can find out who you are and what you got when you really need to. All right, 2-2 count. Carter Dixon at the plate. Brown's pitch fouled off into the screen. Good contact, a little bit late. But the count remains 2-2. Dixon remains alive here.
Yeah, Dave, we'll also see this Lakeside team taking on Brookstone, Calvary, Glenwood.
They play everybody.
Yeah,
they love to play everybody. 2-2, foul. Going back, let's see. Okay, window companies, don't get too excited. Didn't hear anything. Yeah, the parking lot here is pretty close. When you hit one straight back a little bit to the first base side, there's a sea of cars out there and a sea of windshields. 2-2 breaking pitch. Gets him looking. He froze him on that one. That was a perfect pitch.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's the last thing he expected. So Boston Brown picking up strikeout number 6 on the night. That brings up Aiden Dixon, the right fielder. The sophomore grounded into a fielder's choice and walked in the 5th. That was in the 2nd. He walked in the 5th inning. Trying to get something going here. The Vikings would at least like to post something on the board other than a bagel. All right, Brown winding. Here's his first pitch to Dixon. In the dirt, ball 1. Brown now up to 119 pitches. Gets the sign. And the 1-0 delivery outside, ball 2. So Aiden Dixon being patient. A little bit up, ball 3. Brown maybe starting a little bit tired here. You don't follow through quite as much. Pitches tend to get up wild high. Pitch. That was right down the middle. 3-1. So 3-1 count on Aiden Dixon. 3-2. Full count now, Aiden Dixon. Boston Brown trying to finish things off Lakeside with a 6-0 lead here in the 7th. Pacelli trying to hang on and come up with something here in this season opener. The pitch. Strike 3 looking. So that's strikeout number 7 for Brown. And that brings up the top of the lineup. Jacob Velos. And Tony Rasmus walking out to the mound. And it looks like there may be a pitching change here. And there will indeed be a pitching change. Boston Brown looks like his pitching day is done. Well, let's hold on. Or not. Yep.
Looks like it's it.
That's it for him, at least on the mound.
Hey, by the way, Dave, we got a score update in that Columbus-Harris County game. Top of the 3rd inning, Columbus leads Harris County 2-1.
Ooh, should be some fun ones. All right, we got a pitching change. Let's take a break. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
At Planet Fitness, there's strength in numbers. The number of different workouts to do.
1, 2, 3. Woo!
Different clubs to do it in. Friends to do it with.
Looking good, everybody.
Yeah, we are.
And the number of ways to recover from it all.
You got this, come on.
And it all adds up to one membership. The Planet Fitness Black Card. Access any location, bring a friend anytime, and recover in the Black Card Spa.
One more, everybody.
We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
And coming in to pitch for the Lakeside Chiefs to try to get the final out of this ball game is Trent Hayes, a junior. He started the game playing third base. Hayes pitched in 4 games last year, went 2-0 with a 1.54 ERA. You can count on the junior to be one of the guys that's going to pick up some of the slack there for the Chiefs down the road as the season moves on. And in the shuffle, Tyler Mark Bullock moved from first to third, and Boston Brown stays in the game. He will play first base. So here we go. The Vikings with 2 outs, nobody on. They got to score 6 runs to keep the game alive. They're going to need the comeback of the year. Jacob Velos, top of the order, coming on up. Today, by the way, is Velos' birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. He'll be a lot happier if he gets a couple of hits and gets, stokes the comeback comeback here. But that's where we think stands. So Trent Hayes on the mound to try to get the final out and finish things off for Boston Brown. The line on Brown, 6 2/3 innings with just 3 hits, striking out 7 and walking 4. He threw 124 pitches. They had to pull him. They didn't have a choice. He ran out of pitches. Because I think 125 is the max. So here we go. Jacob Velos. Stepping up here with 2 outs. The last hope for Pacelli, at least to keep things going. Hayes. Wind. The pitch. Big old breaking ball way up high, ball 1. Velos on the day. He walked in the first, flew out in the third, and struck out in the 5th. Next pitch, ball 2. So Velos digging in. The pitch, outside. That's a 3-0 count. Vikings just trying to keep it going. The 3-0. Way up high, ball 4. Velos takes off, sprints down to first. They thought about making the turn.
A little close there.
Yeah. It's like, wake up. And Tony Rasmus trotted out to the mound to talk to Hayes. And we're going to make another pitching change. So let's take a break. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
At Planet Fitness, there's strength in numbers. The number of different workouts to do.
1, 2, 3.
Different clubs to do it in. Friends to do it with.
Looking good, everybody. Yeah, we are.
And the number of ways to recover from it all.
You got this. Come on.
And it all adds up to one membership. The Planet Fitness Black Card. Access any location, bring a friend anytime, and recover in the Black Card Spa.
One more, everybody.
We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Back at Dynamo Field, another pitching change for Lakeside. Trent Hayes walked the only batter he faced, brought in Tyler Mark Bullock, who started the game at first, went to third, and is now at pitching. Bullock pitched in 2 games last season, didn't give up any runs, a couple of hits in 3 1/3 innings. He's just going to try to finish things off here. Cam Carino taking to the plate. Jacob Velos on first, and they're down 6-0. This is the last gas. The Vikings just trying to fight it and stay alive. Carino looking to make some sort of a dent in this. Bullock out of the stretch, first pitch, breaking ball up high, ball 1. Carino got on an error in the first, doubled in the third, a great leg double, and then lined out to third base in the 5th inning. The Bullock's pitch, the 1-0. Catches a corner, strike 1, a 1-1 count. Tyler Mark Bullock, as I mentioned, a senior. Carino, 1-1 count. Here's Bullock's pitch. Curveball, way up high, 2-1. Carino looking for another hit, looking to keep things alive to see what the Vikings can do, because you know that 21st out sometimes the hardest one to get.
It really is. Down to their last out, but Pacelli trying to keep this game alive.
Why not? I mean, give it all you got. It is the season opener after all. All right, 2-1 to Carino. Outside, ball 3, snap throw first. Vila slides in safely. Brown doesn't even try to put down the tag on that one. 3-1 count now on Cam Carino. Carino, dangerous hitter, hit 309 last season. The pitch. Outside, ball 4. So 2 walks and put 2 runners on base here in the bottom of the 7th. Pacelli needing 6. They're still alive. Anything can happen. This is baseball. Anything can happen. Levi Thompson coming up to the plate. Thompson, a sacrifice bunt in the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd, and grounded into a fielder's choice to end the 5th inning. Now catcher Jake Folds trots out, a quick conversation with Tyler Mark Bullock. Bullock is the other catcher, by the way, so here we go. First and second for the Vikings. Let's see what Levi Thompson can do here. First pitch, junior swing and a miss, strike 1. Getting at least a run here would be a nice little boost going into game 2, which will be starting in about half an hour after this one ends. Next pitch, ground ball, dribbler toward 3rd. Hayes over to Brown at 1st, and that is the ball game. So for the Vikings, no runs on, no hits, no errors, 2 runners left on base, and we can put this one in the books. The Lakeside Chiefs coming up with a 6-0 victory over Pacelli, and our Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands player of the game, pretty solid, has to be J.B. Upton. The junior shortstop who doubled and scored in the 1st and then hit the 3-run home run that put the game out of reach. That happened in the 6th inning. Upton is our All-State Good Hands player of the game. So, Lakeside coming up with a 6-0 victory here in this season opener. Boston Brown picking up the win, 3-hitter through 6 2/3. Tyler Mark Bullock getting the final out. Pacelli, well, they got another shot at it. There's going to be a game 2 in this one. So in about half an hour, we'll re-rack and get back out here and do it one more time. We will be back with that too, so stick around. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zach.
Welcome to Diamond Field for the Beck Center Game of the Week at Pacelli on Georgia Alabama Sports Line, presented by Glenn Smith Chevy GMC, Coca-Cola, and Jack Houston Memorial Hospital, Houston Clinic. Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Pacelli Vikings and the Lakeside Chiefs. Lakeside winners of Game 1 by a score of 6-0. Pacelli trying to see what they can do about earning a comeback win. All right, let's take a look at the starting lineup for Lakeside. Leading things off will be shortstop J.B. Upton, batting second, third baseman Trent Hayes. Kyler Mark Bullock is catching and batting third. Noah Miller at second base will bat cleanup. Boston Brown, Game 1 winner, will be playing first base in Game 2. He's batting fifth. Halim Fuller will play center field. Halim is a freshman. Trevor Harrison left bats seventh. Jake Foles, who caught Game 1 as a DH in Game 2, he bats eighth. Braden Vachon will play right field at bat ninth, and on the mound will be Luke McGowan, the pitcher. As for Pacelli, here is their defensive setup they've got. Not much different from Game 1. Alex Aponte will be in left field. Nolan Vaughn in center. Aiden Dixon in right field. Now here's the change. Carter Dixon, who DH'd in Game 1, will be playing third base. Jacob Velos at short, Cam Carino at second, and Dustin Sherman at first, same as Game 1. Levi Thompson will again catch. And Billy Smith will be on the mound for the Vikings. And we are getting set to get underway. Let's get right to it. Leading things off, J.B. Upton. Upton had a 3-run home run in Game 1. First pitch from Billy Smith. Fastball a little bit inside, ball one. Smith last season, 3-2 with a 5.80 ERA. Struck out 34 in 25 in the third innings. His season has gotten cut short by injury. Next pitch fouled off, left side, and out of play. Again, Billy Smith last season, he averaged more than a strikeout per inning. He also had 13 wild pitches. Billy had some injury problems last year, cut his season short this year. He's going to be counted on to be one of the aces of this staff. He'll also be playing third base. Smith looking in. Here's the 1-1 delivery to J.B. Upton. Fastball. A little zip on that one. A little bit high, though. Up above the letters. So the count now 2-1. Brian Durham is behind the plate as the umpire. Next pitch, driven to right field. It is ripped. Will it stay in the ballpark? It will not. Over the scoreboard, a solo home run by J.B. Upton. And just like that, Lakeside has taken an early 1-0 lead. He got all of that one, to say the least.
Yeah, he had the 3-run homer in Game 1.
That was a bomb. So, put that one in the books. Billy Smith will just rack that one up and start over here. Trent Hayes will be coming to the plate. Hayes, the third baseman in Game 1, was 1 for 4. He managed a single in the sixth inning. Flew out twice and grounded out once. As I mentioned, Billy Smith, the senior. Rocks and fires. First pitch, fastball, a little bit outside, ball one. Vikings in Game 1 threatened several times, were never able to put anything across the plate. We'll see what they can do on offense in Game 2. Next pitch from Smith, a little bit up and out of the zone, 2-0. The wind of the pitch. Breaking pitch, catches a corner. Very nice. Inside corner, a backdoor sort of curveball, if you can have such a thing from a right-handed pitcher to right-handed hitter. 2-1 count now. Smith's delivery. Breaking pitch, fouled into the screen. Count now 2-2. Smith has lots of good zip on his fastball. His breaking stuff moves well. Presents a completely different aspect of the pitching game than did Nathan Boatner in Game 1. Next pitch, curveball, just a little bit low. Almost, but not quite. So the count now full, 3-2. Remember, Boatner started Game 1, a soft-tossing lefty with a lot of great breaking stuff, moving the ball in and out. Smith relies more on a fastball and a good hard slider and breaking pitches. And the 3-2 just misses the corner, ball 4. So Trent Hayes walks. And that'll bring Tyler Mark Bullock up to the plate. Bullock in game one, 1 for 4. 1 for 3. He had a sacrifice fly in the first inning. He singled in the third and then flew out his other 2 at-bats. Bullock, of course, a senior who got the final out. He finished out the game on the mound, getting the final out after starter Boston Brown basically ran out of pitches. First pitch to Bullock, outside, ball 1. Hayes taking a fairly healthy lead off first base. Last season, Hayes had 17 stolen bases, so they have to keep an eye on him. Smith in the stretch, comes set. Here's the 1-0. Catches a corner, 1-1. Nicely done, painted the corner with that fastball. Got to be careful with Bullock. Bullock, 443 hitter last season. He can sting the ball. The 1-1. Fouled off, out of play to the right, into the trees. Count now 1-2. Billy Smith, runner on first, trying to get this first out and get things rolling here. The pitch. Bullock pops it up left side. Will it stay in play? No, it will not. Out of play. Count remaining 1-2. The Vikings with pretty close to the same lineup they had in game one. The only change is the designated hitter, Carter Dixon's playing third, with Smith moving over from third base to the mound. Here's 1-2. Fastball a little bit low. 2-2 pitch.
Go, Bill.
One thing we've seen from the Vikings in game one, you're going to see good defense from these guys. Smith's 2-2. Ooh, a little bit outside. Couldn't quite frame it, make it work. So the count is now full on Tyler Mark Bullock. Smith checking a runner. Comes set. Over to first. Hayes forced to dive in. Dustin Sherman putting the tag on a little bit late. But Smith has a pretty good move to first. So another try at the payoff. 3-2. Ground ball toward the right side. Carino over to Velos for one, over to Smith, and the throw skips away from Dustin Sherman. But he chases it down. Fielder's choice. 4-6 put out at second. Erases Hayes. Bullock now on first. And we're going to probably have a courtesy runner here. He's the catcher. Or he may not. Bullock did steal 31 bases last season. They may be very comfortable having him on base. One out here in the first. Noah Miller coming up to the plate, the senior second baseman. Miller, 1 for 4 in game one. Umpires making sure that the only people on the field of play are coaches and players. And so here we go. That bit of housekeeping has been taken care of.
Yeah, remember the bleachers extend all the way to the football bleachers.
Yep.
You got some fans just camped out over there by concessions and right where the football bleachers are.
They're just trying to make sure everybody's out of the line of fire.
Exactly.
All right, so here we go. One out, man on first. Top of the first inning. Noah Miller at the plate. Billy Smith's first pitch to Miller. Strike one, fastball. Inside corner, nice pitch. We've got a courtesy runner down there, and he's taking a good lead. Foul ball, stings a liner. Everybody has to duck. Trying to see who the courtesy runner is. Thinking possibly Jackson Langham. I can't quite make that out. Smith comes set. Over to first. Sliding in safe. Smith, the 0-2. Ooh. Almost got Miller to chase it. A little bit out of the zone, try to get him to expand that strike zone. Nothing doing. Smith thought he had it. All right, so 1-2 count. And the delivery. Popped up, right side. Will it stay in the ballpark? It will not. Nobody hustling. Cam Carino and Dixon in right field hustling over there, but out of reach. So the count remains 1-2. Courtesy runner on first, Jackson Langham, 1 out. Lakeside up 1-0. Here's Billy Smith's pitch. Catches a corner, strike 3 looking. Out number 2. Beautiful pitch. Had a little bit of tail on it. Miller couldn't pull the trigger on that one. So 2 outs now. Runner on first, and that brings up Boston Brown, the first baseman. Brown, of course, pitched game 1, pitched a fine game. Gave up only 3 hits in 6 2/3 innings, picking up the win. At the plate, he was 1 for 4. First pitch to Brown, a little bit high, a little bit outside, ball 1. As we mentioned, Brown is a Auburn commit. He's a junior. Butch Thompson's going to have to wait a little while to get his hands on him.
Yeah.
Smith's pitch. Brown swinging, foul. Off into the trees behind first base. Count now 1-1. Brown with good power. He had a slugging average last season of 491. You have to be extremely careful with him. Don't feed him anything good. Pitch from Smith. Catches a corner. Strike 2. Catching's an art form. All right, 1-2 count. Smith trying to get out of this jam. He comes set, and the pitch. Runner breaks, and a foul. Ball fouled back straight into the screen, straight at me, and I didn't twitch. I didn't flinch much. I didn't flinch much. I'm getting better at this. Half the fun. I was a catcher. I should know better. Anyway, 1-2. Smith checking the runner, who broke on the last pitch. Let's see if he breaks again. No, he does not. Pitch a little bit too far outside. Count now 2-2. Boston Brown trying to extend the inning that's seen Lakeside already score 1 run. Smith coming set. The 2-2. Runner breaks. Ground ball right side through for a base hit. Aiden Dixon comes up throwing down to third. The runner advances, and on the throw, Brown advancing to second. So Boston Brown, nice little bit of hitting. Singles to right field. Jackson Langham going all the way to third base on the hit and on the throw. Brown advances to second. So runners at second and third with 2 outs here in the first. And that brings up Harleen Fuller. Fuller, a freshman.
Yeah, he did play in the first game.
Well, he did. He was a courtesy runner.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
that's
first
right.
game.
He was the courtesy runner.
Yep. First pitch to Fuller. Fuller driven foul down the first base line, or down the first base side. Yeah, Fuller stole third in the second inning.
Oh, that's right.
In his appearance, and he went later on, went on to score, running for Boston Brown. Smith comes set, 0-1. Fuller swing and a miss. Strike 2. Fuller looking to see what he can do about converting those runners on second and third into something more. Lakeside with 1 run already in the inning. Billy Smith is trying to get out of this with as little damage as possible. Here's the 0-2. Outside. Couldn't get him to chase. Count now 1-2. Little mound conference going on. By the way, umpires for this ball game, Brian Durham's behind the plate. Jason Yan is umpiring at first, and Paul Kite at third, a three-man crew. We had a four-man crew for the first game. A little bit of turnover. With Yan, the only umpire sticking around for the second one. Here's the 1-2 from Smith. Fouled off right side. He got a lot of that one, but good contact, but way foul. A little bit behind. Count remains 1-2. Fuller doing his best to extend this at bat. It's been a good at bat for him. Now he's trying to turn it into something bigger. Smith stepping off the mound. Gets the sign. Smith comes set. Here's the 1-2. Outside, ball 2. Curveball way out there. Levi Thompson had to go get it a little bit. The runner's very much trying to see what they can get out of that. All right, so now it's a 2-2. The pitch. Strike 3. Beautiful curveball freezes him. Fuller strikes out looking, and that ends the inning. But in the inning, 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 runners left on base. At the end of 1/2 inning, Lakeside 1, Pacelli coming to bat. You are watching the Rec Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Your surprisingly great rates? Contact your local State Farm agent today.
If you want the real deal, call State Farm agent Carol Purdue in Phoenix City today.
Back to Diamond Field for the bottom of the first inning of this matchup between Pacelli and Lakeside. Game 2 of a doubleheader. Let's take a look at Pacelli's batting order. Jacob Velos, the shortstop, on his birthday will be leading things off. Cam Carino plays second. He bats second. Levi Thompson, the catcher, hits third, with center fielder Nolan Vaughn, the junior, hitting cleanup. Dustin Sherman, first baseman, the senior, hitting fifth. Pitcher Billy Smith will bat in the 6th slot this game. Alex Apati, the left fielder, will hit 7th. Third baseman is Carter Dixon. He bats 8th. And Aiden Dixon, the right fielder, will bat 9th. As for the defensive lineup for Lakeside, Trevor Harris is out in left field, Harleen Fuller in center, and Braden Vachon in right. Trent Hayes at third, J.B. Upton at short, Noah Miller at second, Boston Brown at first, Tyler Mark Bullock behind the plate in this one, and Luke McGowan getting the start in this. McGowan, a junior, last season was 8-1 with a 2.30 earned run average. Their number 2 pitcher, averaging more than a strikeout an inning, 67 Ks and 42 2/3. So he is one solid pitcher. They know it, but Jacob Velos is a pretty solid hitter, too. Leading things off for the Vikings. Velos 0 for 2 in the first one, but he walked twice. First pitch, fastball up high, taken for ball 1. The Vikings trying to come back after surrendering a run in the top of the inning. Pitch to Velos, outside, ball 2. Hey, first inning sponsored by Carol Purdue, your local State Farm agent who supported Georgia Alabama Sports Live from the beginning. Give her a call today. She's the biggest State Farm agent in East Alabama, but she's got customers both sides of the river. And the pitch, a little bit high for a ball. It's a 3-0 count on Jacob Velos. He's walked twice in the first one. They're being very careful with him. They know just how good a hitter he is. And ball 4. That was almost an intentional walk to lead off the game. So the Vikings get their leadoff man on, and they are in business here in the bottom of the first inning. Coming up, junior second baseman Cam Carino. Carino had a pretty good game 1. He went 1 for 3. He doubled in the third inning. He also got on in an error and walk, so he actually was on base 3 of his 4 at-bats in game 1. Luke McGowan comes set. Velos leading off. He fakes going. He twitches like he would. He stopped, didn't take more than 1-2 steps. First pitch, ball one. Yeah, I got to keep an eye on Velos. Velos with 13 stolen bases last season. McGowan comes set. And the 1-0 delivery to Carino. Breaking pitch. Catches the corner. Strike one. 1-1 count now on Cam Carino. Looks down to head coach Matt Ward. Gets a sign. Velos, his leadoff, has got 1 foot on the green. The pitch. Breaking ball. Carino. A sharp one-hopper to short. And it handcuffs J.B. Upton. He thought he had a shot at Velos at second. He hesitated. Velos slid in safely. Carino safe by 2 steps. We'll see what they call that one. No determination yet if that's a hit or an error. But either way, the Vikings with runners at first and second with nobody out. They're calling it a single. I'll go with that one. I have no problem with that one. So a single for Cam Carino. Runners in first and second with nobody out here in the top of the first inning, or bottom of the first inning. Vikings trying to convert on this. They had this same opportunity last game, could not. Let's see what happens here. Levi Thompson coming to the plate, the catcher. Levi 0 for 3 in game one. McGowan's first pitch to Thompson. Up high, ball one. In the same situation in game one, Thompson laid down a really nice sacrifice bunt and advanced the runners to second and third, but this time they got him swinging away. Part of it was that Boston Brown started game one, and Brown is the guy that's already a commit to Auburn and can really bring it, and it was good, known 1 run would be big. Thompson shows bunt, pulls it back, but it catches the corner. So count now 1-1. Thompson's one of the best bunters on the team, too. Even the 3-hitter, he's one of the best bunters on the team. He's got great bat control. He led the team in sacrifice bunts last year. The pitch. Doesn't show bunt. A breaking ball catches the inside corner. So now it's a 1-2 count, which likely takes bunt out of play. So 1-2 count on Levi. Mr. Thompson is junior. McGowan, he kind of whirls back towards second. Didn't throw, but Velos had to honor that when diving back into second base, as Upton was heading toward the bag as well. All right, things reset. Here's another shot at a 1-2. Thompson swing and miss, strike three. Velos breaks for third. The throw has him. And that's painful. Velos broke for third, caught stealing. It's a double play, a strike him out, throw him out, double play. Carino's on second now, but with 2 outs. And it brings up number 4 hitter Nolan Vaughn, the center fielder. The junior 0 for 2, struck out twice and walked in game one. Luke McGowan comes set. The pitch, breaking ball, catches the corner, strike one. They're very aware of Carino out there too. Carino was the team's leading stolen base leader last season with 17. They know how fast he is. He legged out a double in game one. Treat with caution. Carino with not that big of a lead off second base. Pitch, Vaughn takes a curveball, strike two. 0-2 count on Nolan Vaughn. Vikings trying to get something out of this threat. The 0-2 for McGowan. In the dirt.
Good stop.
It was a good stop, though, yeah. Tyler McBulloch did a nice job keeping that in front of him because he gets away from it all. Carino is probably a cinch to get the third with his speed. So the count now 1-2. McGowan comes set. And the pitch. Up high, up around the eyes. Count now 2-2. Pacelli trying to get that offense working here. The pitch to Vaughn. He takes it, strike three looking, and that is the inning. In the inning, no runs on one hit, no errors, one runner left on base. At the end of one inning, Lakeside 1, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And we're back at Diamond Field, the Beck Center Game of the Week. The Pacelli Vikings in a season-opening doubleheader with Lakeside. Lakeside took the opener by a score of 6-0. Here in Game 2, the Chiefs with a 1-0 lead as we go to the top of the second inning. 7, 8, and 9 due up here in this second inning for Lakeside. Trevor Harris will lead things off. He's the left fielder. Harris 1 for 4 in Game 1. Billy Smith on the mound. Smith bringing out the first pitch. Fastball, a little bit high, ball 1. Smith working quickly, too. Delivering the second pitch. Ground ball towards short. Jacob Vilos and the slow dribbler comes charging in, throwing over to first. Dustin Sherman. Nice stretch. What a stretch he made.
Wow.
Kept his foot on the bag. Great play by Dustin Sherman. How about that? Is that a candidate for highlight of the week?
I believe so,
We
Dave.
could have one. That was nice.
That was a very nice stretch by Dustin Sherman.
Told you that Pacelli plays great defense. That's one thing they got going for them. They got some great D out there. They've done a good job today. All right, 1 out. Brings up Jake Foles, the designated hitter. Foles was a catcher in Game 1. He takes the first pitch for a strike. Foles didn't at bat. He was the guy they DH'd for in Game 1. He's batting here in the 8th slot in Game 2. The 0-1. Swinging, pops it up, foul. Is it heading toward the cars? It does, and one hops hits a couple of roofs, but no glass. Look, you can fix. It's a lot easier to fix a dent than a crunch. 0-2 outside in the dirt. 1-2. Yeah, like I said, I don't park this close anymore. I'll just walk. Thank you. All right, 1-2 count on Jake Foles. Billy Smith rocks and fires. Hit foul. Line drive out of play down the first base side. Count remaining 1-2. Smith working quick, not wasting any time. The 1-2. Catches a corner, strike 3. Oh, that was beauty. Beautiful pitch. Good break. Catching a corner. One thing Foles could do about that. So 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom, at the top of the second inning. That brings up right fielder Braden Vachon. Vachon in Game 1 was 1 for 2. He grounded out. He doubled in a run, and then he walked and later scored on that 3-run home run by J.B. Upton, the one that put the game out of reach in the opener. Vachon is a good hitter. He's kind of a second leadoff guy in that 9 slot. Pitch from Smith, strike. 0-2 now on Braden Vachon. Smith, backdoor curve, gets the lefty looking. Smith with a beautiful inning of work right there. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. At the end of 1 1/2 innings, Lakeside 1, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Tonight's game is brought to you by Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC in Opelika, the first and original presenting sponsor on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. All right, going down to the bottom of the second inning here at Diamond Field. Game 2 of this doubleheader between Pacelli and Lakeside. The Vikings trying to get things going. 5, 6, 7 hitters due up in this inning. Dustin Sherman, Billy Smith, and Alex Aponte will be coming to the plate. On the mound, Luke McGowan, who had a pretty solid first inning. Couple of strikeouts, getting out of a jam. Sherman coming up, the senior first baseman, time called quickly. There we go, reset and get to it. Sherman in game 1, 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and he flew out. First pitch for McGowan. A little bit low, ball 1. Pacelli's threatened plenty of times in these ball games. They're trying to convert. Breaking the ice might be the biggest thing they could do. Next pitch to Sherman. Ground ball, dribbler toward third. Scoop throw to first. Ooh, and they get Sherman by half a step.
That was close.
That was a really close play. Trent Hayes came up with it. The throw to first was a one-hopper. The Boston Browns scooping it up. Again, getting Sherman by about 1 step. Almost a seeing eye single there, but out number 1 instead. Bringing to the plate, Billy Smith, the pitcher. The senior played third base in game 1, 0 for 3. First pitch, fastball up high and in a little bit. Smith kind of ducked back a little bit, ball 1. McGowan delivering the 1-0. Curveball outside, way outside, so 2-0. A good hitter's count for Smith. The pitch up high, 3-0. Smith looking down toward Matt Ward going, do I or don't I? We'll see. McGowan getting the sign from Tyler Mark Bullock. The pitch. Fastball. A little bit high, ball 4. So Billy Smith walks on 4 pitches. Walking on 3 would definitely an accomplishment. We'll see if there's who the courtesy runner will be. And there we go.
Yeah, we got one.
Yep, the courtesy runner is Landon Lauk, freshman. So freshman Landon Lauk getting his first playing time here on varsity. And at the plate, Alex Aponte. Aponte, first pitch, takes it for strike 1. Aponte in game 1 was 1 for 3. He ripped a double in the 6th inning. Here's the 0-1. Aponte shows bunt, pulls it back. It's up high, ball 1. 1-1 count now. Luke McGowan. Pitching out of the stretch. Landon Locke taking not a huge lead. McGowan's pitch. It's fastball. Strike all the way. 1-2 count now. Aponte will have to try protecting the plate here as they try to get something cranked up here. Bottom of the second. Pacelli down 1-0. Here's the 1-2 from McGowan. Curveball way outside. Aponte holds off. Evens the count at 2-2. Carter Dixon on deck, awaiting his opportunities. And the 2-2. A little bit up and out. Aponte holds off on that one. So now we've got a full count. Vikings trying to convert here, trying to get that run back. And the payoff pitch. Aponte's singling to right field. Locke pulling up at second and stays there. Aponte with a nice sharp single to right field. Vikings are in business now with runners on second base. With just one out, Carter Dixon coming to the plate.
Well, last inning they had runners on first and second and no outs.
Yeah. Dixon 1 for 2 in game 1. He singled to left. He also walked and he struck out. So McGowan with 2 on and 1 out. Carter Dixon, big swing, strike 1. And as we may have mentioned, Dixon earlier this week was state runner-up in the 150 weight class in the state wrestling meet up in Gainesville.
Nice.
Yeah. See when they add to it this week. Ooh, taking a pitch, letter high, strike 2. 0-2 count now.
Now you got to protect.
That's what it's all about now, protecting the plate and see what you can do with it. But this is a prime opportunity for the Vikings to finally get on the board. Landon Lauk leading off with second, Alex Aponte off first. Pitch to Dixon. Strike 3, takes it for strike 3, and that is out number 2 in the inning. And that'll bring up Aiden Dixon, the right fielder. Aiden Dixon, 0 for 2 in game 1. If you ground out in fielder's choice, struck out, and he walked. It was a good walk, too, if I recall. He worked Boston Brown for that walk. It took a little bit of doing. All right, first pitch to Dixon. Check swing. Did he hold up? He did. Call ball 1. 1-0 on the sophomore. Luke McGowan comes set. Checks the runners. 1-0. Up high, ball 2. Now it's 2-0 count. Jacob Velo's on deck. Here's the 2-0 delivery to Aiden Dixon. Strike, about the knees. Count now 2-1. Vikings trying to get something on the board. Shut out in game 1. Plenty of opportunities. Next pitch at the letter, strike 2. 2-2 count. Yeah, the Vikings have had their opportunities. Left 9 runners on base in game 1. They've got to convert. They've got to come up with the big hit. Situational hitting. That's what it's all about right now.
Yeah.
2-2. Way out there. Couldn't hit that one with a boat oar. Count now 3-2. Pitch got away from McGowan. He's lucky that Bullock sprung out there and got that thing because that was way out there. Yeah, it slips off the fingers sometimes. Just happens. All right, here's your payoff pitch. And it catches a corner, strike 3 looking, and that is the inning. So in the inning, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base. At the end of 2 innings, Lakeside 1, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. And we're back to Diamond Field, top of the 3rd inning. Pacelli trailing Lakeside 1-0. On the mound for the Vikings, Billy Smith, who's looked pretty good out there. Yeah, he gave up that home run to lead off the game, but since then he's settled down. He's got 4 strikeouts. Last inning, he was in complete and total command of things. 2 beautiful strikeouts while looking. Perfect pitches when they had to be. But here comes the guy that ripped it out of the ballpark. J.B. Upton. 2 home runs on this game, on this day so far. First pitch inside, ball 1. Upton, of course, with the 3-run home run in the 6th inning to put game 1 out of reach, and then, of course, the leadoff home run here in game 2. Smith wants to get his back, I think. All right, here we go. 1-0 count. Smith delivers. A little bit low. Ball 2. 2-0 count on Upton. Smith gets the sign. Here's his delivery. A little bit inside. A 3-0 count now on J.B. Upton. Will he have the take sign? Yes, he took it for strike 1. He was looking all the way. All right, 3-1 count on Upton. Billy Smith rocks and fires. Ground ball to first. A hop, takes a hop. Dustin Sherman brings it in, no problem. Touches the bag. 3 unassisted for out number 1. And Trent Hayes comes to the plate. Hayes walked in the first inning, and in game 1, Hayes was 1 for 3. Billy Smith looks like he's starting to settle in here in the 3rd inning. The senior. First pitch to Hayes, outside, ball 1. Hey, remember, we're going to have the Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands Player of the Game Award after this contest is over. We'll see who earns it this time out. Smith's pitch in the dirt, ball 2. All right, here we go with the 2-0. Off the fist, a line drive right at Carter Dixon. He either had to catch that or he was going to catch it in the teeth. It was funny, too, because Hayes hit it off his fist, and it had a lot of steam on it. On the other hand, Smith can bring it, so that has a lot to do with it, too. So, 2 outs now here in the 3rd. Tyler Mark Bullock coming to the plate. Bullock grounded into a fielder's choice in his first at-bat. He had 1 hit in game 1. First pitch, ball 1. Smith's second delivery. Off the fist, foul on the first base side over wasn't quite as far as outreach. It didn't quite go that far, but over by the sheds, where the equipment sheds. Count 1-1. Smith working fast. The 1-1 pitch. And catches him right in the wallet. So hit by pitch. That caught him in the back. That's never pain. That's never fun. So a runner on, and of course the courtesy run will be coming back in. And I believe it's going to be Jackson Langham. So stepping up to the plate, Noah Miller. Miller struck out looking in the first inning. He's trying to see what he can do about converting an opportunity for the Chiefs. First pitch, up high, ball 1. And time's been called. Matt Ward and Levi Thompson trotting out to go talk to Billy Smith. Trying to settle him down a little bit here.
And just to let you know, Dave, we have got 5 events going on Georgia Alabama Sports Live tonight.
Hey, we're busy folks.
How about that?
We're busy folks. There's a lot going on around here, and we're supposed to be at all of it. I mean, come on, and we are.
There you go.
That's the beauty of it. I mean, look, make sure you follow Georgia Alabama Sports Live on all social media platforms for all the latest updates on local sports in our area. Don't miss a game. Subscribe to all our pages today, and don't miss a game. We're going to have them. That's simple. All right. Billy Smith steps off the mound. Everybody's getting reset. Cam Carino was not in place at second base. Now he's out there. Smith getting back on the mound. We'll pick it up. It's a 1-0 count, 2 outs here with a runner on first. Noah Miller at the plate. Next pitch inside. It catches him. Caught his shoulder just a little bit. So 2 straight hit by pitches. That one wasn't nearly as painful as the other one.
It just grazed him a little.
It grazed him a little, but a little is enough.
That's get him on base.
Yep. So Langham, I believe that's Langham on second. Is that number 9 on second? And on first, of course, is Miller. Boston Brown coming to play. Brown with a single to right field in his first at bat in the first inning. Smith stepping off the mound, trying to get out of this 2-out jam here. Smith had retired 6 hitters in a row before the 2 hit by pitches. First pitch to Brown. Fastball, yes, strike 1. Outside corner. Perfect pitch. He's got to come up with some big pitches here. He's been making them. He's got to get back on track. Smith comes set. The 0-1. Yep, a little bit outside. 1-1. Vikings down 1-0. Trying to keep it that way. Here's the 1-1. Outside, skips past Levi Thompson. Allows both runners to move up. Wild pitch by Smith. So second and third now with 2 outs, which is an opportunity for Brown because everybody's going to be off, off on contact. The 2-1 delivery. Strike 2. 2-2 count. That was beautiful. Right at the knees. Smith 1 out away from getting out of this jam. And working out of the windup. The 2-2. Outside, 3-2 now. Boston Browns managed to work the count full here with 2 runners on in scoring position. He'd love to see his Chiefs open up a bigger lead. At some point, this Pacelli offense is going to break through. All right, the payoff pitch for Billy Smith. Up a little bit high, ball 4, and the bases are now loaded. Levi Thompson trotting out to talk to Billy, settle him down, try to get him back on focus. Freshman Harleem Fuller will be stepping up to the plate. Fuller struck out in his first at-bat to end the first inning. And in game 1, of course, as we mentioned, he stole third base as a courtesy runner when Brown was pitching. Yeah, plate umpire Brian Durham talking to Matt Ward about something. Yes, we have 2 outs. Yeah, ground out the first, and they line out the third. Then two hit batters and a walk. So we've suddenly got the bases loaded too. Billy Smith, his first pitch, in the dirt, gets away from Thompson, hit his glove off his foot to his left. 1 run comes in. You saw that. Basically, the pitch hit Thompson's right foot and caromed off to the left. And it took him a minute to try to find a thing. When he did find it. The one thing that he's got in his advantage, there's not a lot of room behind the catcher, between the catcher and the screen. So only 1 run came in on that. 2-0. Sharply hit ground ball, knocked down by Cam Carino over to Dustin Sherman, who stretches for the out, and that ends the inning. But in the inning, 1 run on no hits. There were no errors, and there were 2 runners left on base. So at the end of 2 1/2 innings, Lakeside 2, Pacelli 0. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And we're back at Diamond Field, the Beck Center Game of the Week. Pacelli taking on Lakeside. Game 2 of a doubleheader between these two squads. Lakeside winning Game 1 6-0. They lead Game 2 by a score of 2-0. Pacelli coming with the top of the order here to lead off the bottom of the third inning. Jacob Velos will be the first one coming to the plate. Velos walked but got caught stealing in the first inning. In Game 1, he walked twice, flew to right, and struck out. This is his birthday. He's looking for a birthday hit at this point, trying to lead things off. Luke McCowan holding Pacelli at bay so far. First pitch, breaking pitch, strike one. Kind of dropped it into the strike zone. So an 0-1 count on Jacob Velos. McGowan winds. Here's the pitch. Strike two. Fastball. McGowan pitching out of a couple of jams here, in both innings. Had a couple runners on base, and he managed to work out of it. Velos is trying to be the first guy to get him in trouble. Outside, he tried to get Velos to chase a little bit and expand the zone. Didn't happen. Count now 1-2 on the Pacelli shortstop. Sophomore, a dangerous hitter, and they're well aware of it. They've been trying to pitch around him all game, all day. The 1-2 in the dirt. And that makes it 2-2. As I mentioned, Velos has walked in three of his 5 plate appearances. You know they're not trying to throw anything anywhere near him. If he walks, they're okay with it. Here's the 2-2. That caught the corner. Velos mad at himself. Strike 3. And that's out number 1. It's been a frustrating day for Jacob. 500 on base percentage doesn't cut it because he's looking for hits. All right, Cam Carino coming to the plate. Carino singled in the first inning. First pitch, swing and foul ball. Oh, back into the cars. Hops off at least one roof, but I don't see any dents, so we're good. All right, 0-1 count on Cam Carino. Luke McGowan working fast. Winds and delivers outside. Ball 1. 1-1 now on Cam Carino. Vikings trying to get something working here. They've got the offense almost working. They need some clutch hitting. They need situational hitting. And Carino with the right situation, driving at the right field, but it is caught. Braden Vachon had to circle the wagons on that one. He went to his left and then to his right, and then he reached up and he came up with it. So that is out number 2 for the Vikings. So here we go. Levi Thompson trying to take care of business and get something going here with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning. Thompson coming to the plate, struck out in his first at bat. And it is now 8 o'clock. The bells are ringing at St. Anne's Church. First pitch, curveball, catches the corner, strike 1. Thompson 0 for 3 in game 1. Look at that first hit of the year. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Junior trying to get something started. The Vikings would like to see a little bit of two out thunder here. The pitch, fastball kind of took off. Bullock had to stand way up and reach up to get that one. That's a ball. So count now 1-2 on Levi Thompson. Here's the stretch, the pitch. Strike 3 looking, and that is the inning. In the inning, Pacelli, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. At the end of 3, Lakeside leading Pacelli by a score of 2-0. And quite a ball game so far. You are watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. Tonight's coverage is brought to you by Coca-Cola, presenting sponsor on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. With deep ties to our schools and strong support for local youth athletics, it was a no-brainer to partner with them. Here we go into the top of the fourth inning. Lakeside leading this one 2-0 over Pacelli. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for the Chiefs. Trevor Harris starting things off. First pitch, lacing the single into left field, getting on base. That's his second hit of the day. He was 1 for 4 in the opener. Now 1 for 2 in this one. For one pitch swing and one pitch hit. One man on base, and Matt Ward is coming out to talk to Billy Smith. He's trying to get everybody together here. And is there a pitching change here?
Yeah, it looks like it might be a pitching
It looks
change.
like it very well might be a pitching change. Indeed it is. At this point, Billy Smith moving back to his third base spot. And it'll be Jacob Velos.
Now, he could pitch.
Oh, Velos can very definitely pitch.
I seen him last year. He's got some good stuff.
Big Jacob Velos, yes. He can definitely pitch. He can throw, and he's going to be one of the guys they're going to be counting on this season. Ooh, he slips there on delivering that pitch. Don't need to get anybody hurt here. Let's go. Let's take a look at Velos. Velos last season was in 10 appearances with 3 and 5 with a 4.62 earned run average. He pitched 33 in the third innings. He gave up 45 hits, 31 runs, 22 earned, walked 24, struck out 32. He brings it. He's got some good speed. He throws hard. He's an infielder who can pitch. And as you can see, he's got an extremely live arm. So Velos will be taking over for Smith. We can't close the books on Smith yet, but he went 3 innings, 3+ innings, giving up 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. Of course, he is responsible for the runner on first, Trevor Harris. With the Vikings trying to just settle things down, and we'll settle things down. And basically, here's how the defense will look. Cam Carino will now move over to shortstop here in the fourth inning. Billy Smith back to third. And Carter Dixon will slide over and play second base. So the infielders just kind of shuffle around a little bit. Jacob Velos taking over on the mound. Basically, Matt Ward looking for a shot in the arm. And so here we go. The first guy he'll face will be Jake Folds, the designated hitter. Folds struck out looking in the second inning. Velos comes set, ready to deliver his first pitch. Folds shows bunt, no. Runner breaks. Levi Thompson with an absolutely perfect throw. Wow. Thompson gunned him. Trevor Harris had a good jump, but Levi Thompson delivered the ball perfectly to Carter Dixon, laid the tag out, and that is an out. That could be a Houlihan play of the week, too.
Thinking. I'm going to cut that up.
Big time. And pitch, swing, and strike on Folds. The count now 0-2 on Jake Folds. Now there's 1 out, nobody on.
I love a good throw out for a top play.
Oh, for sure. Velos fouled off into the trees behind first base. Count remaining 0-2. You can see the difference. Velos is he's got energy, and that curveball's nasty. Dribbler to third. Billy Smith scoop, throw to first, over the head of Dustin Sherman, goes into right field. Dixon scooping it up, but there's not much he can do about it. 2-base throwing error on Billy Smith, and Folds winds up on second. Oops. First error on Pacelli on the day. So runner on second with 1 out, and they'll bring up Braden Vachon. Vachon struck out in his first at bat. So runner on second with 1 out here. First pitch to Vachon. Vachon showing bunt, fouls it off. Strike 1.
Yeah, that came right hard at the backstop. It even rattled the camera a little bit.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Velos has got some good velocity. So there you go.
Love it.
He steps off the rubber. Resets. All right, 0-1 pitch coming to Braden Vachon. Runner breaks for third. The ball got away from Levi Thompson. Vachon somehow got out of the way of that one. But it got away, and that allowed Folds to get to third base. So the runner in third now with one out. Velos out of the wind this time. Fastball. Line down. Sharp liner into the stands. It went near into the football stands behind third base. Count now 1-2. Velos delivers fastball up high, up around the eyes. Count now 2-2. Velos working quickly. Here he goes again. Breaking pitch. Ooh, is beautiful, but not quite there. The count moves to full, 3-2. Velos rocks, fires. Up high, inside, ball 4. So now there are runners on the corners with one out. And the top of the order coming up, J.B. Upton coming to the plate. Upton, of course, with 2 home runs on the day. One in game 1, one to lead off game 2. He grounded out to first in his most recent at-bat in the 3rd inning. He comes up with runners on the corners and one out. Lakeside already up 2-0. He's trying to see what he can do about extending that lead. Jacob Velos in relief trying to shut this thing down. Here's the first pitch to Upton. Breaking pitch, up a little bit high, ball 1. Waiting to see if Vachon will break from second base. Vachon had 20 stolen bases last year, so it wouldn't be a shock. Looks like he's going to go, and he goes. The pitch inside, they just let him go. No chance trying to do anything with that one. So now there's runners in second and third with one out.
Yeah, you don't want to take the chance of the runner at third coming home.
Absolutely not. It's 2-0. You can't give away any runs at this point. You've got to shut this thing down, try to keep it as close as you can, get that offense going. The 2-0 from Velos. Line drive. Velos. Oh, it hits his glove. He dropped it. He didn't quite hang on to it. The throw over to first. They got him. Velos almost made the catch. It came right back at him. And he juggled it. It hit the ground. The throw over to first was a little bit off. Dustin Sherman doing a really nice job of scooping that thing out of the dirt. So that is out number 2. The runners have to stay put, which was the most important thing as far as Velos is concerned. So all right, now 2 outs, second and third. Trent Hayes coming to the plate. Hayes walked in the first and lined out to third base in the 3rd inning. He had 1 hit in game 1. Velos winds. First pitch. Fastball. Catches the corner. Strike 1. Perfect pitch. The Vikings can get out of this without giving up any runs. They'll be big shot in the arm. 0-1. Fouled off. All right. The car watch continues. Nope. If you heard that was a metal shed that it hit. It didn't hit a car. It was loud though. Grant you that. Count now 0-2 on Trent Hayes. Velos steps off the rubber, resets. Gets another sign from Levi Thompson. Winds and pitches. Outside, Thompson has to go after that one. Way outside there. Count 1-2. And a couple of teams' freshmen right now are going around looking for foul balls. That's what freshmen are for. Remember that.
Yes.
All right, a 1-2. Got him. Curveball catches the corner. Strike 3, and that ends the inning. In the inning, no runs on 1 hit. There was 1 error, and there were 2 runners left on base. The end of 3 1/2 innings. Lakeside 2, Pacelli 0. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
At Jack Houston Memorial Hospital, our focus is you. Even though we performed more than 1,300 joint replacements last year, we treat you like you are our only patient. Your surgeon explains your joint replacement, so nothing is a surprise. Our team knows your treatment plan, and we work together to get you back on your feet again. That's why our hospital is recognized year after year as a leader in patient satisfaction and quality of care. Jack Houston Memorial Hospital. Excellence, always.
Back to Diamond Field, the Beck Center Game of the Week at Pacelli on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Pacelli trailing 2-0 here in the bottom of the fourth inning, trying to break through offensively. The Vikings lost game one 6-0 in a game that saw them leave 9 runners on base. They had a lot of opportunities. The situational hitting just did not come up. Now they're trying to just get something going, break the ice, because when you leave 9 runners on base, once you start getting situational hitting, the runs will start coming. That's basically how it's going to work. So here we go. Nolan Vaughn trying to get things started here in the bottom of the fourth. Vaughn struck out in his first at bat. Luke McGowan looking pretty good out there so far. His first pitch to Vaughn. Breaking ball, strike one, right down the middle. McGowan's been pretty much staying in front of hitters. He's walked 2 hitters and given up 2 hits. That's it. The pitch. Vaughn fouling it off. That was back toward the church. Count now 0-2. Here's that 0-2 now. Outside, curveball. Couldn't get Vaughn to chase. Count 1-2. Dustin Sherman on deck. Awaits his chance. The 1-2. Curveball. Ground ball toward the short. The hole is short. Upton comes up with it. The throw gets past the first baseman. Boston Brown couldn't quite handle that throw. Upton, a nice job getting to the ball, the hole is short, but the throw to first was awry. And Vaughn is on. We'll see what they call that one. I'm guessing it's probably going to be a throwing error because it looked like had him by a step. But we will see. Anyway, Dustin Sherman coming up to the plate. Yep, it's a throwing error on the shortstop. So Dustin Sherman coming up. Nobody out. Runner on first, Nolan Vaughn. A guy with some serious speed. Stole 11 bases last season. First pitch, Sherman takes it up high, ball 1. Vaughn kind of looks, he thinks about it. Vaughn's wearing some orange, they look like orange spikes, and you can see those things. They're almost luminescent. It's a good look. The pitch. Strike one, looking. 1-1 count. They're not quite neon. I'm not sure how to describe that one. They're not fluorescent, whatever. They're easy to spot. McGowan steps off the mound. You know he's paying attention to Vaughn.
Oh, yeah, Vaughn's got his lead over there.
Yep. He's got the kicks for it, so. All right, McGowan's 1-1. Up high, outside. 2-1 count. Well, that's one of the things you do. When you got a runner like that, you can distract the pitcher enough. That's one of the beauties of having a fast base runner who you know can scoot. The 2-1. Catches a corner, 2-2. Luke McGowan comes set. And the 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3 for Sherman. That is out number 1. And that brings up Billy Smith. Now playing third base. Smith walked in his first at bat. Game 1, he was 0 for 3, but he got on in an error. McGowan's first pitch to Smith. Strike 1 taken. We'll see if Matt Ward turns Vaughn loose here. Not that big of a lead, though. Here's the 0-1. Smith thought about it, but it was outside far enough. He held off. Count now 1-1. Vikings need a shot in the arm here. Smith would like to deliver it. Vaughn takes off. It was kind of, he tried to catch the pitcher napping and took off before McCown went into a stretch, and he came very close to stealing the base, but he was thrown out. And so that is out number 2. So nobody on now with 2 outs. McGowan now winding. The 1-1 pitch to Smith. Smith holds off. It was outside, curveball. Count now 2-1. Vikings just trying to get something going. Here's the 2-1. Up high, 3-1. So Smith with a good hitter's count now, 3-1. McGowan getting the sign from Tyler Mark Bullock. Goes into the wind. The 3-1. Smith swing and a miss. Full count now with 2 outs. Bottom 4. Here's the payoff. Ball 4. So, Smith walks. So the Vikings, the runner on first with 2 outs. Alex Aponte coming to the plate. Aponte with a single to right in his last at bat. That was back in the 2nd inning. Aponte with his 2 for 4 of the season so far. He had a double in the 6th inning in Game 1. Making good contact. The pitch up high inside, ball 1. Yeah, Aponte's been hitting the ball good. He's been seeing the ball, making good contact. This is where situational hitting comes in. This would be a good situation for Aponte. The pitch. He takes it up a little bit high. So it's a 2-0 count on Aponte. Looked like a tailor-made situation for the sophomore. The pitch. That one's a strike, right at the letters. Count now 2-1 on Alex Aponte. Billy Smith leading off first. Pacelli trying to break into the scoring column. Bottom 4. Outside, ball 3. 3-1 now. A good hitter's count. Aponte should get something good to hit here. McCown's got to come in with it. Carter Dixon is on deck. 3-1. They say, yep, caught the corner right at the letters. Aponte thought one thing. Umpire said another. Umpire wins. So the count now 3-2. That was a good pitch by McGowan. All right, here's your payoff. Fouled off. Smith going, of course, on the pitch with 3-2 count, 2 outs. We'll try it again. This will be McGowan's 71st pitch of the game here in the 4th inning. And the delivery. Curveball, strike 3. And that is the inning. In the inning, no runs on no hits. There was 1 error, 1 runner left on base. So at the end of 4 innings, Lakeside 2, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Local, regional, and national sports news weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Visions Morning Show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Visions Morning Show, and download the Sports Visions radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
And we're back at Diamond Field. Top of the fifth inning. Lakeside leading Pacelli by a score of 2-0 here in Game 2 of the season-opening doubleheader between the two squads. As this is the first day of baseball in both Georgia and Alabama, and we're making the most of it, folks.
Yes, we are, with a doubleheader.
Yep. Jacob Velo's first pitch outside for ball one. At the plate, Tyler Mark Bullock. Grounded out in the fielder's choice and was hit by a pitch and later came in to score. Fastball up in the eyes. Bullock chases. It comes out of his shoes on that one. Count 1-1. Velos with a violent motion and throwing serious heat. Next pitch dribbled down the first base line. Velos scoops it up and it rolls foul. It was touch foul.
You know what? You know what he reminds me of? The major league pitcher, his windup, Julio Urias. For the Dodgers.
Sure. Got a point. When he's wearing number 6. What number's Urias? Isn't Urias 6?
I thought he was 31. But he's been he's been out of the league for a couple. He did not
Good point.
pitch with the Dodgers.
No.
The past year.
Yep. That motion up high. Ball one. All right. 2-2 count now. Tyler Mark Bullock. Velos. Delivers. Outside. Ball 3. 3-2 count now. Bullock trying to get on base to lead off the inning and get things started for Lakeside. Lakeside with 2 runs. They've left 6 runners on base in this game.
Yeah.
The 3-2. In the dirt, ball 4.
By the way, don't forget, catch myself, Drip Behringer, and DJ Jones tomorrow morning on Sports Visions 92.1. Dave, it's the only local sports talk radio show in Columbus, 5 days a week.
It is indeed some good stuff, too. You guys get into some really important things and really important issues and give some people some platforms that they need to get the information out. No doubt about it. All right. Noah Miller coming to the plate. Miller struck out and hit by pitch and swing. First pitch swinging. Ground ball through the right side for a base hit. And now there are runners on first and second with nobody out. He didn't get a lot of it. He kind of cued that thing, but it was a seeing eye single, and that counts just as much as a rope to right. So runners on first and second with nobody out. Boston Brown coming to the plate.
A dangerous hitter coming up for Lakeside.
Very much so. Levi Thompson trotting out to go talk to Jacob. Mr. Velos setting him down. Make sure he's got his head in the game or he's in the right place.
By the way, both teams will participate in the Border Wars the first weekend of March, including Glenwood, Russell County, Calvary, Central, Brookstone, Evangel Christian. Yeah, we got a bunch of teams.
Oh, yeah.
I want to wait for that schedule to come out.
Oh, those Border Wars are great. I mean, they give some great teams in here because we got a lot of good baseball around here. Both sides of the river, no question about it. Boston Brown, first pitch. Takes it for strike one. Clutch pitch by Velos. Part of it is getting focused and breaking into it after that little dribbler single. Sometimes it's a mental thing, too. All right, here's the 0-1 from Velos. Outside. Good stop by Thompson. And the runner breaks for third. And they say he slid under the tag. Jake Jackson Langham broke for third on the ball in the dirt. Thompson's throw looked like it beat him, but the umpire Paul Kite said he slid under the tag, so he is safe. So we got runners on second and third. Swing and a miss. Big swing by Brown. Count 1 and 2 here. Nobody outs. Second and third. This is a big pitch here.
Oh, yeah.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
What a pitch.
Wow. That curveball got Brown out of sync completely. So that's the first out of the inning, bringing up Harleen Fuller. Fuller struck out and grounded out in his 2 plate appearances. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Velos needs to come up with some big pitches to get out of this thing, and so far so good. Can he keep it going? Here is the 0-1. In the dirt, gets past Thompson, but again, there's no room back there. It's not going to go very far unless it caroms off of something.
I think it ricocheted off the backstop. That's why the runner didn't advance.
Yes, and Fuller got out of the batter's box, got smart and got out of the batter's box. You don't want to be in there because of possibility of interference and such. If the ball doesn't take a carom, it's hard to score on a wild pitch here. Velos, strike. I'm not sure if Fuller was bunting or not, but whatever it was strike anyway. 1 and 2 count now on Harleen Fuller.
Trying to get the squeeze play on? Or?
Possibly. That could have been it. The 1-2. Outside again. Nice play by Thompson. Thompson earning his money tonight.
Oh, yes.
There have been a lot of pitches in the dirt.
Great stop.
But another great stop. He has done a very fine job tonight. And the one run that came in on the one wild pitch, that was just bad luck because it hit his foot and caromed off in a weird angle. All right, 2-2 count of the freshman. Fuller stepping out of the box. Time called by plate umpire Brian Durham. He steps back in, and here we go. Velos gets a sign from Thompson. In the wind, the pitch, the 2-2. Swing, did he win? He sure did. Strike 3. So another strikeout. What Velos really needed, a couple of strikeouts, either a pop-up or a strikeout. He's gotten 2 strikeouts, so suddenly second and third, nobody out is second and third and 2 outs. And that brings up Trevor Harris. Harris grounded out in the second, singled and was caught stealing in the fourth. Velos winds and delivers. Curveball, nice, strike 1.
Had a nice break on it.
Oh, yeah.
12-6 curveball.
Yeah, hard to hit. The 0-1. Ooh, another breaking pitch. Wow. That was more like 10-4. Whatever was good. All right, 0-2 count on Harris. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3-pitch strikeout. And the Vikings getting out of the jam. Jacob Velos with some clutch pitching in the inning. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. 2 runners left on base at the end of 4 1/2 innings. Lakeside 2, Pacelli nothing. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
At Glenn Smith Chevrolet, let's kick off 2026 with a bang! We will not be undersold. Powerful full-size Chevy Silverados up to $13,750 off. Rugged mid-size Chevy Colorados up to $9,000 off. Enjoy no payments until springtime. Get your lowest price guaranteed today. Smart people from all over the USA come to Glenn Smith Chevrolet. Get ready to smile.
Tonight's coverage is brought to you by Houston Clinic, a presenting sponsor on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. World-class orthopedic care right here at home. And at home for Pacelli, it's time to maybe get something going. The Vikings trailing by a score of 2-0 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Locked up in a battle with Lakeside. Some really, really clutch pitching going on both sides. Both teams have threatened to score. Only 2 runs have crossed the plate. Lakeside has left 8 runners on. Pacelli has left 4 runners on. Got some work to do. And the work will begin with Carter Dixon, the number 8 hitter. He struck out in his first at-bat back in the 2nd inning. The Vikings with just 2 hits here, trying to solve Luke McGowan. First pitch, strike 1. And remember, we will hand out our Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands Player of the Game when this thing is over. There's a lot of game left to be played, though. Next pitch, outside, ball 1. 1-1 count now on Carter Dixon. The Vikings have had their opportunities. They need more, but they need to cash in. They still have not been able to cash in all day long. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 1-2 count on Carter Dixon, who's now playing second base. He started out at third, moved to second with the pitching change, and Jacob Velos has been stellar out there so far.
Yeah, it really has.
1-2, just misses. Count 2-2.
Well, Pacelli's next two opponents, Shaw and Northside. Both games are going to be on the road. That's happening this week.
Well, they got to get things going, and they may as well get it going right at home. There's a lot of good teams. Strike 3. Dixon called out looking for out number 1. That brings up Aiden Dixon, the right fielder. Dixon struck out in his first at bat. Dixon, a sophomore. Done a nice job out there in right. Again, good defense from Pacelli. Only one error in these two ball games. Been solid. First pitch to Dixon. Taking an outside, ball 1. Dixon, the 9-hitter, he's trying to set the table for Velos. Top of the order. The 1-0. Catches the corner, 1-1. It was right there on the inside corner, painted the black.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
That's about where you got to put it. McGowan's 1-1. Dixon's big swing and a miss, strike 2. Vikings offense trying to get something going here. Ooh, that was close. Nothing doing, though. So the count now 2-2. Dixon digging in. McGowan getting set to deliver the 2-2. Dixon, big swing and a miss, strike 3. And that is out number 2. For McGowan, strikeout number 10. He has whiffed 10 Vikings in these 5 innings. Top of the order, Jacob Velos. Velos was one of the strikeout victims. He also walked. McGowan's first pitch to Velos. A little bit up, ball 1.
By the way, the next home game for Pacelli here at Diamond Field, March the 17th against Brookstone.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time. You got to wait till St. Patty's Day for that one.
Yeah.
Next pitch outside, ball 2.
Well, they'll be around in Columbus. They just won't be at home. So you can catch them around, including the Border Wars.
Up high, ball 3. They are being very cautious. Velos has walked 3 times in 6 at-bats. They don't want to give him anything good to hit because they know what's going to happen if they do. All right, 3-0 count. McGowan catches the corner, strike 1. All right, 3-1 count. Still a hitter's count here. Velo's going to be looking for something good. And the delivery. Up high, ball 4. He flips the bat. This is his birthday. He wants to get a hit. On the other hand, he's been on base 4 of the 7 times that he's come to the plate. Cam Carino stepping up now. The junior second baseman, 1 for 2 in this ball game. He singled and stole second in the first, flew out to right in the third. He had 1 hit in game 1 as well. 1 for 3 in game 1. Carino swinging, pops it up. It's going straight back.
Man, where's that going?
It goes into the parking lot, but nowhere near the cars. Yep. There are freshmen out there who can go get that. That's what they're on the team for. We know this. All right, Velo's taking a big lead off of first. Here's the 0-1. And it's 0-2. Carino takes it. Velo's fake doing it, taking off. 0-2 count now on Cam Carino, who's going to have to kind of guard the plate. Carino trying to get something going here. Vikings down 2-0. They need situational hitting. Bullock sets up outside. We'll see where this goes. And McGowan takes forever, then steps off.
Going to call time.
Yep. And we're back in. They're trying to see if they were trying to see if Velos would break. It's almost like a pitch out they're looking at here. The pitch. Carino reaches out, slaps it into right field, falls in for a base hit. Velos on the run, all the way into third base, sliding in head first. No, he wasn't going to stop for anything. Carino reaching out, slapping into right field. Beautiful bit of hitting. So you got runners on the corners runners on the corners with 2 outs. Levi Thompson here, trying to see what he can do. Now, let's see if they try to pull the double steal here. Because you've got 2 very fleet guys. You've got Carino, who led the team in stolen bases, and you've got Velos, who was right behind him. 2 fastest guys on the team are on base. Let's see where this goes. McGowan stepping off the mound. Remember, it's a 2-0 game. This thing is still very much up for grabs. So. This is important here. The Vikings can break it and get something across. We'll see what happens from here. McGowan's first pitch. Thompson fouling it straight back. Strike 1. This is the opportunity. Vikings need a shot in the arm here. McGowan in the stretch. The 0-1. Curveball catches the corner. Wow, that was nasty.
That was nasty.
That was a nasty curveball. All right, 0-2. Levi Thompson. Now he's got to protect the plate. With 2 outs, you know he's got to protect the plate. The pitch in the dirt. Carino goes, fakes the throw. They weren't even going to try. Carino had that thing stolen anyway.
That breaks up the force out at second.
Yep. Well, with 2 outs, yes, and that's the whole thing was there was no point in throwing out a second. Carino had that thing.
So any ground ball that's hit on the left side of the infield, Thompson's just going to be trucking it down the line.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, because with Carino on second, get it through now the umpires are getting together. Let's see what the question's about now. Was there a balk maybe?
Dave, I got to ask you something because you love baseball more than anybody that I know. Are you a fan of the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah, it's fun. The problem is when are they going to play it? Playing it right before spring training, when do you play it?
You think you should play it in November after the World Series?
I don't know. That's not a good idea either. That's the problem. The problem is the season lasts as long as it possibly can now anyway, and the guys are pretty beat up. Probably doing the spring is what matters, but it kind of fiddles with everything. All right, here's your 1-2. Breaking ball outside.
Good eye.
2-2. The junior holding off on that. All right, 2-2. Tying runs in scoring position here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The 2-2 delivery from McGowan. Thompson slaps it into right field, falls in for a base hit. 1 run is in. Carino held up the throw, gets airmailed in. But 1 run comes home. Thompson with a single to right field, bringing in a run. That cuts it to 2-1. Meanwhile, David Mann coming in as courtesy runner for Levi Thompson.
By the way, Dave, we got a score update in basketball. Sumter County leading Spencer 33-26 at the half. That's the right for the 2 seed in the region tournament.
Little interesting there. All right, 2-1. Here we go. Nolan Vaughn with his shot. Runners in the corners. Pacelli finally getting that situational hit. First pitch, a ball. David Mann taking a decent lead off of first. You've got Cam Carino on third. Vaughn takes it strike. 1-1 count. Vaughn struck out and got on an error in this ball game. One. Big pitch. Little bit low. Ball 2. 2-1 count now. Nolan Vaughn looking for their first hit of the season. And what a place it would be. Tying run on third. Here's the 2-1. Vaughn fouls it off. Oop. Let's see if it's. I never saw where that landed. I thought it was heading to the cars. Well, that's another thing for the freshman to go find. All right, 2-2 count, 2 outs.
Yeah, it's in the woods somewhere.
It's in the woods. Let's see if Pacelli can get out of the woods here. Runners in the corners with 2 out. 2-2 pitch to Nolan Vaughn. Vaughn off the fist, back to the pitcher. McGowan flips it over to first, and that's that. But the Vikings finally break through with their first run of the year. In the inning, 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 runners left on base. At the end of 5 innings, Lakeside 2, Pacelli 1. You are watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
What's up, everyone? Thrift Behringer here, and I am with Terry Johnson and Terry Johnson Agency, one of the first sponsors I ever had when I started this endeavor over 4 years ago when I was doing it off my phone. I want to say thank you so much for believing in our vision of being able to serve the community, shine a light on all these athletes, all these programs. And Terry Johnson Agency, they've been serving the community for over 40 years. Home, auto, life, church. Terry Johnson's been helping my family and me specifically. He's my insurance agent. And I want to say thank you so much for your support.
Thank you, Thrift, and I appreciate the opportunity that you gave me 4 years ago to come on board and to be an initial sponsor with you. And it's just been a good association with you and a pleasure to work with you, and look forward to a long association even further down the road.
No doubt about it. Again, serving the community for many years. You need a quote today, give them a call. Jeremy Crosby, his daughter Brooke, and of course, Mr. Terry. They're going to make you feel at home. They're going to take care of you. He's my insurance agent. It's Terry Johnson Agency, big supporter of Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
All right, top 6 here at Diamond Field. A little different ball game now. Pacelli finally getting on the board. They trail Lakeside by a score of 2-1.
Got ourselves a game here.
I know. And coming up, it'll be 8-9-1. Jake Folds will lead things off for the Chiefs. Jacob Velos on the mound, delivering the first pitch. Up a little high for ball 1. Yeah, it's a different feel because Pacelli had, 9 runners left on base, couldn't score in game 1. Finally breaking through here in game 2, pitch a little low, ball 2. So now they've gotten the board. They've broken that part of it. Now they got to see what they can do about getting some more big hits. The 2-0, a little bit low, ball 3. A 3-0 count.
Dave, I got to ask you, how do you think Pacelli fares in this district?
We're going to have to see. It's really too early to tell. Strike, yeah. Brookstone, of course, is going to be the favorite. I mean, they're 2-time defending state champions. And Strong Rock's pretty solid. Ball 4, Folds walks to lead off the inning. Remember, Strong Rock's catcher is a kid brother of a guy who's having a pretty good career right now. Cal Rowley's little brother, T.
Oh.
That's Strong Rock's catcher. He's a sophomore.
Wow.
He'll be a sophomore this year, and he's good. So, yeah, Strong Rock's already got that to start with because Cal's dad is the coach. First pitch fouled off by Braden Vachon. Strike 1. So you got Strong Rock. You've got Brookstone. Westfield's good. I mean, everybody's good in this. And Calvary. Calvary. Come on. So, I mean, Calvary's young. They're building back up again. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Woo-hoo. Wow. That pitch bounced straight back to Levi Thompson. Again, the short area between home plate and the backstop keeps runners from advancing on pitches like that sometimes. All right. Velos out of the stretch. The delivery. Swung, fouled off, out of play toward the other parking lot. But that other parking lot's a little ways away. It's not quite next door. All right, to the count 1-2 on Braden Vachon. Vachon has struck out and walked in this one. Velos comes set. And a 1-2. Fouled off toward the Pacelli dugout. Had everybody scrambling a little bit, hit the screen, and then rolled off down the third base line. Somebody's going to have to go get that one. One of the assistant coaches has got that. I think it's Will Thompson going to go get that one. So here we go. 1-2. Runner in first, nobody out. Pacelli's down 1. They always want to get out of this one. Velos, the delivery. Up high, ball 2. 2-2 count now on Braden Vachon. On deck is J.B. Upton, who's ripped 2 home runs today.
Yeah, he's had quite a day today.
He has indeed had a day. But the day ain't over yet. Pacelli's saying that too. Here's a 2-2 from Velos. Lined into center field. Nolan Vaughn is there to pull it in for out number 1. As Folds scampers back to first. So 1 out for the Vikings. And the top of the order now. J.B. Upton. Upton, of course, the player of the game in Game 1. He had a double and scored, and then hit a 3-run homer, and then led the game off the homer in Game 2. He's also grounded out twice. Grounded to first in the 3rd inning and back to the pitcher in the 4th. First pitch to Upton, taken for strike 1.
Nice pitch. I've been so impressed with Justin Velos coming in relief.
Yeah, he has done a wonderful job, and I've been impressed, but I haven't been surprised. He showed what he could do last year. He's just taking things and taking it up a notch. Strike 2. Big swing on that one. His delivery is deceptive, too, because he's got such a violent delivery. When he pulls the string on it a little bit, you got guys swinging a lot, swinging big time early. 0-2, breaking pitch. Ooh, almost. It looked good. That's the kind of pitch that usually can get people to chase. Didn't happen, though. Upton, a disciplined hitter. Count 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Velos digging back a little bit. He dug back and found a little extra velocity on that one.
Yeah, he has.
Well, that's what you do. I mean, in the game, the big pitches, you got to reach back for that little extra. And he did it. Trent Hayes coming to the plate now. Hayes 0 for 2 on the day. He walked in the first, lined out to third in the third, and struck out in the 4th. And first pitch swinging. Left down the right side. It's foul and way out of play. 4 strike 1. Lining to third in the 3rd can kind of. Is that a tongue twister? I suppose you'd have to be with.
Tongue twister.
Yeah, just a little. But here we go. Velos up 0-1 on Hayes with 2 outs here. Runner on first. Jake Folds led off the inning with a walk. Velos has been shutting it down since then. Big swing there for strike 2. 0-2 count now on Trent Hayes. The Vikings playing a little. I don't know. Maybe there's a little momentum shift or maybe a mental shift or something. You can kind of feel this game feels a lot different now that the Vikings actually got some on the board. Velos stepping back, getting set, checking a runner. And here's your 0-2. Big breaking ball up high. Nothing doing there. So 1-2. Hayes, the number 2 hitter on the squad. Last season, he had 437. Last season, led the team in doubles with 24. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Velos coming up big one more time. That is strikeout number 6 for Jacob. And we are through 5 1/2 innings. Lakeside 2, Pacelli 1. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juiced sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus. downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
Back at Diamond Field, bottom of the 6th inning, the Pacelli Vikings trying to come back for a 2-1 deficit. They already cut it in half last inning, and a big hit by Levi Thompson, the single that drove home Jacob Velos to cut it to 2-1. In this inning, we're looking at 5, 6, 7, Dustin Sherman, Billy Smith, and Alex Aponte coming up to the plate. Of course, on the mound, Luke McGowan has been tough.
He's dealing.
He is. Giving up just 4 hits in 5 innings. 1-1-1. The only run earned, struck out 10. This is a guy who's been doing the job and been doing the job thoroughly so far. So we will see what we can do here. Dustin, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm going to say this, Dave. I think Lakeside, they've got to be the favorites to three-peat in the AISA.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They are good. Don't say that to Tony Rasmus, however. He'll say,
No, we got some things we got to work on.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's a coach. He's a coach.
I wish they could play AHSAA schools. Can you imagine Lakeside going up against Central?
Oh, yeah. It'd be fun. It would be fun. All right, 0-2 count. Dustin Sherman. Luke McGowan dealing here is 0-2. Oh,
man.
Wow. Okay. That was – Sherman took that one on the outside corner. Guess he painted the black on that one. So that's out number 1. That'll bring up Billy Smith. Smith has walked twice tonight. McGowan's thrown 102 pitches so far. 11 strikeouts. First pitch to Smith. Smith laces it to shortstop. 3-hopper. Upton to first. They get Billy by 2 steps. Good play by Upton. And that is 2 up, 2 down for the Vikings. Alex Aponte coming up. Vikings still have 4 outs to deal with. They have 4 outs to come up with a run or more. Aponte singled in the 2nd inning and struck out in the 4th. First pitch. Aponte takes it up high, ball 1. McGowan's had a great outing here. He has. He's been solid. He's been in control. But the Vikings have been taking care of business on the mound and in the field. And if they take care of business at the plate too, they got a shot at this thing. The pitch. Little dribbler down toward first base. Aponte sprinting. And basically it was 1 unassisted, and that takes care of the inning. In the inning, no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We are through 6. Lakeside 2, Pacelli 1. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. And we're back at Diamond Field, top of the 7th inning in a real tight ball game. Game 2 of this doubleheader between Lakeside and Pacelli. Season opener for both teams. Lakeside trying to pull off a sweep after winning Game 1 6-0. Pacelli, of course, got their own ideas about that one. And the top of the 7th will be 3-4-5 up for Lakeside. Tyler Mark Bullock will lead things off. Bullock grounded into a fielder's choice in the 1st inning, got hit by a pitch and scored in the 3rd, and then walked in the 5th inning. Jacob Velos on the mound in relief has been stellar. And his first pitch to Bullock in the dirt, ball 1. Velos so far 3 innings. He's given up just 1 hit, struck out 6 and walked 3. And pitched out of some jams. He's done a nice job, to say the least. Coming in when they really needed him in the 4th inning. Next pitch, strike 1. 1-1 count now on Tyler Mark Bullock.
I tell you, he's going to be a weapon down the stretch. If he's not a starting pitcher, just being a middle reliever.
Yes. Strike 2, 1-2.
Especially when you get into division play, having to take on a 3-game series with Brookstone and Calvary.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, curveball grounded toward third, and Billy Smith lets it roll foul and touches it and gets it out of there. So the count remains 1-2.
So, Dave, I was looking at the schedule. When the teams here in Columbus play Westfield or Strong Rock, it's a doubleheader.
Yep.
But like with Brookstone and Pacelli, they're playing 3 games in 3 days.
Yeah, because of travel problems.
Yeah, you don't have
and
to worry
driven
about
to center field, Nolan Vaughn comes up with it. Out number 1.
Oh,
yeah, it's a travel thing because you got to, Strong Rock. You're going to Locust Grove. You're going to Perry. It's a couple hours, and so anytime they're coming, they're gonna play. It's going to be a doubleheader, whether here or there, because gas ain't cheap. On the other hand, Brookstone and Calvary, they're down the street.
Well, they'll play Brookstone 17th. They go to Brookstone on the 19th and the 20th.
Yep,
they're back here.
Yeah, that's the best way to go. Strike 1. On Noah Miller. Miller 1 for 2 on the day. Struck out in the 1st, got hit by a pitch in the 3rd, and then singled in the 5th. Next pitch outside, ball 1. 1-1 count. Velo's working quick. Well, when you're throwing well and you know where it's going, you're a lot more likely to want to give up the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're not, woo, strike 2.
He is dealing.
He is. Well, that's the thing. If you're getting hit, you hang on to it because really, nothing good happens when you let go of it. 1-2. Ground ball right back at Velos and handcuffs him. Cam Carino can't come up with it either. That was a rip right up the middle. I mean, there's not much you can do with that one. That's an infield hit. He got it solid. Miller got all of that one. So that's just the 2nd hit of the game off of Velos. I'm calling it a hit. I mean,
I think that's going to be
a hit. Because it handcuffed him, hit him in the wrist. Didn't hit him in the glove, hit him in the wrist. And so now it's Boston Brown at the plate with 1 out. First pitch swinging, fouled off into the trees behind first base. Brown 1 for 3. Singled in the 1st, walked in the 3rd, or 1 for 2. Singled in the 1st, walked in the 3rd, and struck out in the 5th. Here in the 7th, Velos trying to get out of this so the Vikings can give it their best shot in the bottom of the 7th. Next pitch up high, ball 1. 1-1 count now. Velos hit the 65 pitch mark on that one. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball, hit sharply to third. Billy Smith knocks it down. The throw over to Dustin Sherman for the out. Nicely done. Noah Miller does advance on the play, but there wasn't anything else that Smith could have done with that. It kind of handcuffed him a little bit, but he did what third baseman is supposed to do. He knocked the ball down.
Yeah,
exactly.
You get the sure out.
Exactly, and the whole thing is third base is the place where you get bruised. It comes at you quick, and you knock it down, and that's all you can do. All right, head coach Tony Rasmus out there talking to plate umpire Brian Durham. See what we got going here. And that means it looks like Jackson Langham is going to come in and hit for Harleem Fuller. All right, I got him in my book. In game 1, Langham was 2 for 2. He walked. He doubled and scored in the 4th inning of game 1 and then singled and scored in the 6th as part of that 3-run homer by J.B. Upton. So Langham, Jackson Langham, the senior, coming on in, hitting for Harleem Fuller. Tony Rasmus would like to see a little bit more cushion than 1 run going into the bottom of the inning. For Pacelli, it's going to be 8-9-1. Carter and Aiden Dixon and Jacob Velos, which means trouble. Jackson Langham coming in a pinch hit for Harleem Fuller. And as I mentioned, Langham's a senior. He had a good game one. First pitch from Velos. Big swing and a miss, strike one. Also, it's a lefty-righty matchup, too. You know, Langham, a left-hander going up against right-hander Velos. But Velos has got a pretty nasty raking pitch, and I think he did get at least one strikeout on a kind of a backdoor curve on a lefty. And the throw to second. Miller kind of wandered off a little far. The throw was off, though. Cam Carino hauled it in before it got past him. That would have been pretty ugly. 2 outs here. Runner on second. Pacelli trying to get out of this so they can take one last shot at this in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Big swing. 0-2 count now on Langham. Again, Langham dangerous. 2 for 2 in game one. Scored a couple runs. Velos getting the sign from Levi Thompson. Comes set. The 0-2. Up high, try to get him a chase. Didn't work. Pitchers love trying to get that strike zone expanded on 0-2 counts. So now it's 1-2. Velos comes set. And here we go. In the dirt, Thompson, nice stop. It's on the count now, 2-2. Big at bat here. The 2-2. Up high. Lang has to kind of duck back. And so the count is full. 3-2, 2 outs now. Runner on second in a 1-run ball game. Jacob Velos has been stellar in relief. Trying to finish things out here in the top of the 7th. Here's the payoff. Up high, ball 4. So runners now on first and second with Trevor Harris coming to the plate. Harris grounded out, singled, got caught stealing, and struck out in this ball game. Game one, Harris had a single. He's got 2 hits today in 7 at-bats. Velos coming set, checking the runners. First pitch, curveball a little bit outside, ball 1. 1-0 count. Noah Miller on second, Jackson Langham on first. Langham taking a big lead, but he's not going anywhere. Pitch. Outside, 2-0 count. Vikings 1 out away getting out of this. Try to set themselves up for a comeback. Velos comes set. Here's his 2-0. Up high. Runner breaks for third. The throw was up a little bit high. Noah Miller went sliding in. Billy Smith made the catch, flipped over him. The runner slid past the bag, but Smith wasn't able to scramble back over there to tag him. Meanwhile, Langham did not break for second, so now they have runners on the corners.
I'm surprised that Langham did not take second.
Yeah, I think he missed the sign. Unless they're going to try to some foolery, but I don't see Pacelli even worrying about that.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, 3-0 count. Harris showing bunts. Pitch, strike. Break for second, and what the Vikings did, what Levi Thompson did was he fired it down towards second, but straight at Velos. Velos grabbed it and threw to third, and Miller did not move far off third base. So now it's second and third with 2 outs, 3-1 count. Velos, ground ball to short. Carino scoops it up. The throw to first is high. And Dustin Sherman somehow comes down and makes the play. An amazing play to save a run right when they needed it most. That might be a Houlihan's play of the week. Come on, man.
Dave, sometimes it pays to be tall.
It does indeed. Great defense by Pacelli, and they get out of it without surrendering a run in the inning. No runs on one hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base. As we head to the bottom of the 7th inning, Lakeside leads this one 2-1. You're watching the Beck Center Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Sports Medicine Team, the only physicians in the area with advanced certification in orthopedic sports medicine, treats sports injuries with innovative techniques. The Houston Clinic has helped nearly 1 million athletes live without pain. Imagine getting back in the game. Imagine the best game of your life. The Houston Clinic Sports Medicine Team.
Back at Diamond Field, doesn't get any bigger than this one. Pacelli trailing Lakeside by a score of 2-1. One last shot at tying it up or winning it. 8-9-1 due up here in the 7th inning. Luke McGowan's been stellar on the mound, but he's thrown 106 pitches, a 4-hitter through 6, only giving up 1 run. Carter Dixon leading things off. First pitch swinging, fouls it back toward the parking lot. And no cars were damaged in the making of this movie. All right.
By the way, Dave, I want to say congratulations to the Pacelli swim team for finishing 6th in the state championship.
Another outstanding performance by the Viking swimmers.
Took place today at Georgia Tech.
The 0-1 outside. 1-1 count now on Carter Dixon. Dixon struck out in both of his bats. McGowan delivers the 1-1. Dixon swinging, fouls it. Well, it's foul to the to the right side, out of play. Count now 1-2. Dixon trying to get things started off the right way here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Chiefs trying to close it out. Next pitch, curveball taken, strike 3. That was nasty. That was a nasty curveball. McGowan threw it right in the right spot. It was up high. It looked good. It looked up high, up in his eyes, and then dropped just enough. That's out number 1. Aiden Dixon coming to the plate. Softball right fielder has struck out twice also. He's trying to get something going here. First pitch, and a dirt ball 1. McGowan, 110 pitches now. The pitch. Dixon fouls it off. Left side. Looks like it went onto the softball field. He got a lot of contact on that one, just the wrong direction. All right, count 1-1.
So McGowan is inching closer to that 125 pitch mark. So
he is. He's at 112. So
Pacelli just needs to continue working that count, and maybe getting him out of this inning might be what Pacelli might want to try to do.
Sure, but just remember they've got other pitchers too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, just do what you got to do. Basically, the whole idea now is whether you chase them or not, you just got to get guys on base. You just got to keep the, get the train moving. And they've got 2 more outs to work with. Jacob Velos, of course, is on deck. And Velos is a little overdue. The pitch, Dixon takes it high. Ball 2. 2-1 count now. Bottom of the 7th. This is a nail biter, folks. 2-1 Lakeside. The 2-1 delivery. Dixon swing and a miss. Strike 2. 2-2 count now. Vikings trying to get something going here. Down by 1 run in the bottom of the 7th. It's all on the line. Dixon, swing, miss, strike 3. McGowan's 13th strikeout of the game.
Unbelievable.
He's at the 115 pitch mark. And now, Jacob Velos coming to the plate. It's Velos' birthday. He hasn't got a hit yet, but he's on base. He's been on base 4 of the 7 times he's come to the plate. He's pitched a great game here in relief in game 2. He wants to put not quite a cherry on the top of the cake here, or the top of the ice cream here, but he wants to get on base and get something going. Cam Carino is on deck. 2 top hitters. McGowan delivering the 1-0. Outside ball 2. He doesn't want to throw anything in that wheelhouse. Anything that Velos can really deliver on. Velos has to be patient because you don't want to swing at garbage. If you do, the game's over. Up high, ball 3. This is going to looks like an intentional walk.
Yeah, and if
on the other hand, though, remember he would be the tying run on first.
Yeah,
so
Velos.
Yeah, you know, what do you want to do here?
You got to just not swing at the next 2 pitches.
Exactly. The 3-0. Down the middle, strike 1.
I'm taking another strike here.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You know what? You sit dead red, and if he doesn't throw a fastball, you let it go. All right, here we go. 3-1. Fouled off.
And now if it's close, Velos swinging at that because he's probably right down the middle. McGowan is going to throw him a strike.
Yeah. So, all right, 3-2 count. The delivery. Fouled off again. Into the trees. Well, no, actually hit one of the storage sheds. All right, 3-2 count. 2 outs. Trying to keep the game going. Jacob Velos. In the air towards second base. It is caught by Noah Miller, and that is the ball game. The Pacelli Vikings come back, fall short. They fall by a score of 2-1. And in this one, the Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands player of the game has got to be Luke McGowan. McGowan throwing a 4-hitter, giving up just 1 earned run, striking out 13 and walking 4. It was a great game by the junior hurler who took care of business against Pacelli. For Pacelli, the big hit, of course, came off the bat of Levi Thompson. The RBI single in the 5th inning gave the Vikings their first run of the year and brought this game so close. The Vikings dropping game 1 6-0, but game 2's 2-1 loss it was a tough one, but it also shows the Vikings have got a lot of potential.
Yes.
This is just the beginning. This is a team that's going to grow. They're a young team. There are only 3 seniors on the squad. They're going to get better. They're going to learn, and they will improve as the season goes on. You can see the pieces are there. It's now up to Matt Ward and company to put it all together and start stringing together some hits. So again, kind of a tough way for Pacelli to open the season with a pair of losses, but they were up against one of the best teams in Alabama in the Lakeside Chiefs, 2-time defending AISA Class A state champions. So we'll put those 2 in the books. For Richard Holdridge, I'm Dave Plata. Thank you for watching the Beck Center Game of the Week at Pacelli on Georgia-Alabama Sports Live. We'll see you next time.